Yeah, your audio is fine.
Welcome. Peace, love,
Love
salutations
the
to all the
intro.
peoples out there. Hope you're
Like
all
cranking
good.
that pinwheel.
We've got Indy on the move. He's on his way home. He'll be switching
I feel
cams
like
in a
he
while,
might
I'm
have
sure.
issues with this
But we've
internet.
still got him with his shirt off, so woohoo! Clickbait.
Yeah.
Here we go. So,
Come
welcome
in,
to
Franklin.
everybody. I hope you guys are all having a
10-4 over in
great
Emergence.
weekend. Super awesome week, an even better month, and
Earth to
the
Franklin.
best year yet. And we are going to be
Yeah.
dismantling the shadow. Take it apart piece by piece. Yes, sir. We're going to look at the different aspects of the shadow, the way that the shadow is
Space
sort
Station
of
Franklin, this is Houston. Come in.
projected, how it comes to being. And
Still waiting for the
yeah,
host to
man,
get here, boys
it's
and
a really interesting
girls.
discussion.
Thanks for being
Before we
here.
get
The show's
before
gonna
we
be
get
rolling.
going into this, I'm going to introduce our guests. We've got going around the table. We've got Cosmic. And Cosmic is, as you know, he's a John Dee specialist without a crystal ball. Not that he won't use a crystal ball. In fact, if he needs to use a crystal ball, he should tell people where you can send him money so he can buy a crystal ball, because maybe then he'll use a crystal ball.
I have a crystal
But
ball.
but he's got a connection with the Fae, and he channels a lot of information he's been channeling, which is to do with a language system, a system of cosmogenesis, cosmology, and understanding the different aspects of reality and the self, right? Because the self and
Mhm.
reality are sort of fundamentally linked. And so, yeah, that's cosmic. We've also got Indy Sage with us, who is actually shadow working is one of his things that he does. He's very um, dedicated to shadow work. He's also a anthropologist and a researcher of different occult philosophies, and embedded within the shamanic tradition of outlook towards connecting nature to his soul journey. Someone who's been through a lot, has had to work through a lot of shadow impulses, because that's what happens when life throws like curveballs at us. And yeah, myself, I'm the Bush Whisperer. I'm the local shaman here in Cape Town, and come from Western and Eastern occult therapeutic backgrounds. Been doing it a while. Big love to everybody here. Namaste, Chaos. Namaste, Mexico. Hope you guys are well. Hope you guys are smiling and jiving. And before I get ahead of myself, let's give everybody a chance to say a few words going around the table clockwise.
Yeah,
Tell us
this
about.
will be an interesting topic today, talking about shadow work. In addition to Fey magic, I'm also really interested in psychology, specifically narcissism and cults. And I think that'll probably relate to the subject matter somehow, just in terms of understanding the mind. It's also one of my big interests. So, I don't really have much to say for my intro, but I guess we'll have a lot to talk about today.
Cool. Thanks, Cosmic. No, we'll have to put that back up. So glad to be here today. It's gonna be an amazing show. As Franklin mentioned, I do shadow work. So it'd be good to get into some of the work that I do today and talk about some of the insights from my practice. I'll see you soon, baby. And mapping the shadow, we can talk about the different stages of shadow development, suppression, and awakening, the dark night of the soul. Should be an exciting show today. I'm going to switch over to my computer here.
Indeed, we do have a wonderful conversation scheduled for today. And I think it's also one that's possibly long overdue because, if we think about it, the shadow is the parts that we don't normally face. Shadow is a part of ourselves that we don't normally want to look at, don't really want to acknowledge. And it's normally the source of our great strength, the source of our great personal devotion and empowerment, potential realization of fundamental truths, of deep seeds of wisdom. And these are always sort of fundamentally connected to coming to terms with the aspects of our shadow that we're normally in denial of. I think denial is a big thing these days, more so than what we would say is normally the case. Because when we look at it fundamentally, you could say that realistically, a lot of people are very often in denial of a lot, I would say. And it's a big thing if you really get right down to it. Because what it means is that this day and age, we're surrounded by echo chambers. And the echo chambers of, that we get used to are our little social networks that basically will tell us the same things that we want to hear. And we will surround ourselves with the kind of people that will become an echo chamber for our ideologies, philosophies, thoughts, belief systems. It's unavoidable with the global network the way it is, and social networking and the ability to communicate with people all around the world. Birds of a feather will most definitely flock together. And so we probably don't get challenged as much as we used to. So denial, I think, becomes a very big part of all of our lives. Whether we look at it, whether we acknowledge it or not, I think it is sort of rather fundamental. And I think it's, in a sense, unavoidable, if I'm going to be honest with you, because it's one of those things that we can't really run from. It is what it is. And it's something that people don't really take to heart these days because, we're so busy in our little echo chambers, feeling validated, feeling like we're being heard, feeling like, we're right, that it's difficult for us to become completely ethical and honest with ourselves, or more difficult than it used to be, because there's something about being challenged that's actually really healthy. When we are challenged and we actually have to question ourselves and question certain narratives and question certain things that we hinge our fundamental personality or our ideas of truth upon, there's a powerful reduction that can take place where we can sort of do a bit of proverbial house cleaning and out with the old and in with the new, and keep adapting and flowing and growing, which I think is like sort of fundamental to the human condition. So one of the things that we will be looking at in quite a lot of detail is, and I've sort of got this here as a very interesting idea. I thought this would be a great way of looking at it. I tend to break things down into numbers. And so that's what I've sort of done here, essentially. I've broken it down into the enneagram because it's just how my brain works. And so we can see there's sort of 9 fundamental aspects of the shadow, right? There's egoism, being egotistical. There's that aspect of being impressionable, where we can be easily led, peer pressure. Scattered, when we've got too many things, when we're too excited and too positive and too enthusiastic about too many things. Aloof, when we're too deeply embedded within ourselves, seeking mystical and spiritual truths, we can become aloof from the fundamental basic realities. We can also be overambitious. We can be overdriven. That can lead to a certain sense of cruelty, perceived cruelty, because we become so self-obsessed with our own goals. And then, of course, we can be opinionated. Opinionation can also lead to aggression, can lead to being rash and impulsive. So like these 9 fundamental, and there are more to them. These are just the basic surface ones that I've sort of looked at that seem to make a lot of sense. But these are the 9 basic categories, and from these there are subcategories within each of these ideas. Really, if we look at it, I would say, if I'm going to be honest with you, if I break the Enneagram down, there's 108, right? There's 108. So within each of the 9 personalities, there would be 12 aspects, the 12 signs of the zodiac. And each side of the zodiac will have its own version of that particular energy dysfunction and function. And so you could see 12 categories in each of those to bring us to the number 108, which is not by chance. So yeah, what do you guys think? Where would you guys like to start cranking?
Hey,
You know,
the first 5 real quick. My pen wasn't working. I was trying to write them down. I started with the loofah. I missed the first 5 before that. Can you mention them again, Franklin? I think we lost Frank.
it's like egotistical, impressionable, scattered, aloof, overambitious, opinionated, rigid, overconfident, overbearing. While you're writing that down, I've been kind of having this thought lately about how a lot of our our thinking is actually driven by our emotions. There's a kind of a dialectical relationship between the emotion and the intellect. And what I've kind of really started to realize just, over the course of my life and, dealing with intellectual peoples is that you can be someone who's really intellectually savvy and smart, but if you have no emotional stability, no ability to stabilize your emotions, no ability to kind of like take an ideological sucker punch, so to speak, that intellect can run into very dangerous and ideological places. Because what happens is, when you don't have that emotional stability, people they're not really interested in the truth anymore. They're really just interested in sort of validation and affirmation, like you said. And then oftentimes people use their intellect to justify crazy and insane beliefs that don't make sense. And I think about people who have a more reasonable point of view intellectually on things. And I notice that these types of people tend to have a better control over their emotions, And I think that this is kind of part of like what's going on in our culture is that we value, like we think that if we have the intellect, and we think if we've learned critical thinking and objectivity, then everything will just kind of sort itself after that. It's all going to be fixed together. But if you don't have, your emotional center in check, and you don't have a sense of like emotional intelligence and emotional stability, that intellect can kind of run wild and rampant and, used to justify. Because really, it's not about how smart you are. It's about what you point your intelligence towards, what you use your intelligence to achieve goal-wise. And you can use that intelligence to find the truth, but you can also use that intelligence to make a really well-crafted lie and lie to yourself. So I think lately, when it comes to just sort of thinking about, issues in the world, I think that I've sort of realized lately that pretty much any truly intelligent person, from an intellectual standpoint, also has an emotional intelligence that stabilizes that intellectual intelligence. That's kind of what I've been thinking about lately, and seems somewhat tangential to this subject.
Yeah, it's fascinating. A lot of people assume that the shadow is only the negative side, but interestingly, the shadow becomes what's inferior. So for a lot of people, that side is the negative side that's been considered to be negative. And so they put forth their positive side, and publicly and in their own eyes, they see themselves in a certain way that they're trying to portray themselves. And so the shadow, the inferior side, is suppressed to the individual and in denial. So even though they have it and it comes out sometimes, they don't consider that to be part of their personality enough to be able to be something that's worth communicating about. And so it's kind of lost in the shuffle. Now, for some people, they can have their negative side be the prominent side. Like, for example, a life criminal or a thief might have their negative side as their forthright side, and their positive side is their shadow, their compassionate aspect of kindness that is suppressed in them because they've seen it to be inferior.
maybe they've seen that kindness is weakness in their childhood, and they've learned to suppress that, and they've put forth their aggressive side. Now that's possible to see, and it's rare, but that does happen. Now also you want to consider the fact that when an inferior side is being suppressed, that could be a toss-up between the emotional mind and the rational mind. Now if you're a rationally dominated mind, your emotions could be your shadow. Your emotional intelligence could be part of your shadow because you've never worked on it. It's not been adapted socially. It's not been come into awareness for the individual to know how they are emotionally. So they're kind of emotionally blind and they can suppress that. Now, on the flip side, somebody who's more emotionally active in their lifestyle and in their thinking might suppress their rational mind. And so the rational mind could be part of their shadow. And so they might consider that rationality is kind of over analytic and takes away from the joys of life. And so they consider it to not be deem worthy, and they could suppress that. And so there's many different ways that a shadow can form, and it has to do with what considered to be inferior or unworthy of the individual, which can be any host of things depending on the subject involved. But one thing that happens is that over time, people that are in your interpersonal life, in your family and friends and relationships, romantic relationships, will see that shadow side of yourself and are aware of it, even though you may deny it yourself. So publicly, when we have this shadow, it's not something that we show professionally in a workplace, in the public spheres, but it will slip out sometimes. And for some people, that can be like anger. We have a slip and we have that rage that comes out every once in a while. That's a little bit over the top, or it could be anxiety. It could be a lot of different things. And it's interesting, as Franklin mentioned, there's very tailored specific things that people are predisposed to based on their zodiac. So like as a Virgo in my sun sign, I'm kind of predisposed to suppressing my emotional intelligence and putting my rational intelligence in the forefront. And I've become aware of this. So I've worked on trying to balance that out for myself and bring more awareness to my emotional side and bring it out of the shadow. But in order to get through to this, I've had to go through a dark night of the soul where I had to unprogram the things that I had learned in childhood, which was why I was pushing this stuff down and I had considered to be inferior. But after going through a near-death experience, I was willing to start to go inside and work on this stuff. And usually it comes to experiences like that when we finally develop a willingness to start to become whole again and to look inside. Interestingly, there's a lot more focus on introspection in Eastern mysticism than there is in Western mysticism.
Yeah, I like that you already brought out the big cannons, you know, that we associate the shadow with negative qualities, which I would say usually are, a better way of putting it, usually are indications of the shadow. But very often what we're repressing are the positive qualities.
Mm-hmm.
And those positive qualities come back and bite us on the butt or on the ass, as they say in America, yeah. And so that's when we see the negative qualities. For example, like if we look at number one, what is number one? Leo, right? Egotistical, arrogance, self-centered, right? I'm on the stage. That's that very, very like, no, your thoughts and feelings don't matter. Mine matter. That comes from a strength of authenticity. When it's unbalanced, it becomes egotism. So in the correct amount, it's authentic self-expression. But when you repress that quality, the more you repress it, the harder it comes out. But then it comes out as a shadow quality. And then it starts to emerge as egotistical sort of manifestations rather than just an authentic and clear self-expression, which is really what egotism is. The problem is that egotism is when it goes so far that it no longer recognizes that authentic self-expression in others. And so that's that fine balance. And so life is like a bicycle. You're continually riding this life bicycle, trying to find that middle point. The same with being impressionable, right? It's a lunar quality. It's number 2. It's very much related to being empathic. It's very much related to being sensitive, right? And we see here the empath, number 2. This is related to 5 and related to 8. And when we take a look at this, we see here, over ambition can be what's in an opposition to this impressionable. So when you become impressionable, you lose your ambition, right? Ambition's not bad. Ambition is a good thing. Being goal-oriented, planning, wanting to reach targets, that's healthy. But when it becomes over-ambitious to the point where you're the workaholic, right? That's when it starts to become excessive. And I've always had issues with calling the 8th sphere workaholic because it's got such negative connotations to it. But I don't think being a workaholic is necessarily negative, because some people just love work. And people say, oh, you're a workaholic because you work all the time. But if you love your work, then you should work all the time, right? As long as you find a balance within what it is that you're doing. But looking at the way in which this impressionable, I can be manipulated or I can be dominated by other people because I'm oversensitive to the things that they say about me, and I take everything on board and I take everything personally, and I'm continually trying to adjust myself to meet other people's needs. That's not necessarily healthy. But being sensitive is really a positive quality. Being sensitive to other people's feelings, being able to be intuitive, being able to be empathic, that's going to lead to a sense of compassion. Scattered, number 3. It's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Like, that optimism is a great thing. Being optimistic is really wonderful. But when you are so optimistic about everything, then this idea comes and you're really optimistic about it. The next idea comes, you're really optimistic about it. Next idea comes, you can become scattered because you're so optimistic. You just want to start everything. It's just this real positive energy, which is toxic positivity, I would say. But it comes from optimism. You repress your optimism and you'll become scattered. Aloofness is great, right? But in its proper amount, right? The mystic has a certain amount of aloofness, yeah? And the aloofness of the mystic isn't really a bad thing at all to look at, right? Number 7, but if you're going into yourself to delve into the mysteries and to understand these really deep currents of the self, one should also be able to stop doing that and start recognizing other people and start becoming empathic to other people too, lest we become so aloof to other people that they no longer matter. We're on a much more important journey within ourselves. There's that balance once again. We mentioned being overambitious, Saturn, the number 8. Being ambitious is really positive. It's really good. Having a powerful work ethic, being really dedicated, following your targets, wanting to reach your targets, wanting to generate success, wanting to generate money and successful things so that you can give your family good things isn't necessarily a bad idea. But when it gets to the point where you're becoming overambitious and you're becoming materialistic and everything that you do in life is rated to how much it's worth and the money, and that takes all the joy out of life. You then become harsh. Harshness is a reaction to being overambitious, and that could be taken all the way to cruelty. So we can see how Saturn is sometimes associated with cruelty, the number 8. And, this world, money world we live in is a little bit of a cruel thing if we think about it. And number 9, the activist, the altruist, there's nothing wrong with being like passionate and humanitarian and an activist. But one thing you'll notice when you meet activists, they tend to be opinionated, and they can be very aggressive, and they can be rash and impulsive because they're so fired up. That Mars energy is such a hot, powerful energy. It wants to create change. It wants to bring things to its completion. It wants to bring things to its end. It's focused so hard on moving forward that it's got that passion of the warrior under the bonnet, as one could say. And then here you can't see so easily in the middle, the 4, the 5, and the 6. You can become rigid. For those of you that can't see, rigidity of number 4. Number 4, the builder, is great, right? Planning, being organized, being studious, moving towards knowing what is right, gaining a sense of analysis, analyzing things, getting a very clear and logical perspective on things, language. It's very positive in all. And but if it goes past the point of being useful, it becomes stagnant. And that stagnant potential is then what we could relate to as being rigid, stuck. It's not mobile. It's not flowing. It's not able to adapt to life. And then we get to the next one, the adventurer. Well, the adventurer is the communicator, is really excited about new things. They can become bored. They can become overconfident, never stop talking, confiding, telling you every thought in their head like a radio host. It can get a bit much, right? Have you ever been with a radio host? And they just talk and talk and talk, and like they're telling you, like, yeah, there's the bird in the tree. It's like, I just saw the bird in the tree. You need to tell me there's a bird there. Yeah, you see, and the bird in the tree. Look, the bird in the tree is going to fly. The bird's flying out of the tree. It's like, yeah, I'm watching. I can see. It can get a bit much, and that can lead to people being overconfident, confiding too much. And confidence also is thinking that I can do anything. I can do everything. There's a very close association between the number 5 and the number 3, between Mercury and Jupiter. Hence, Jupiter and Mercury, they work together, right? Mercury always goes to Zeus, and Zeus gives him the lowdown, and he runs back to humans. Zeus is always using his lackey, Mercury, you could say, although it's not fair to call Mercury a lackey. But number 5 is subservient to number 3 in that way, where number 3 is that jovial disposition, and number 5 is that taking that into action. And so being overconfident can become a quality of, it takes a lot of strength and confidence in order to want to say, to think, to express, to talk, because we get shy. And number 5 is never shy. They don't know how to be shy. So there's these interesting qualities that can come out as a shadow quality of that confidence that leads to being able to communicate well, and that it takes you to go out there and be an adventurer and to speak your ideas and to be a great communicator. That can turn back on you. And why can't I see the last one? Is this just me? Is this just me? Are these me eyes? These are me eyes, aren't they? Can anybody else see that word? Oh, overbearing, of course. It's number 6. Sorry. I must remember that I'm working 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so being overbearing is number 6. Number 6, they want to, they've focused on harmony and beauty. And there's a very powerful, compassionate side to number 6. They want to help you. They're very powerful helpers and healers. And so they know what's best for you because they can see, right? They can see like what you need. And so they can be overbearing sometimes, that Venus energy, because they can see what you need to reach harmony, and they want to help you reach harmony. And so, that beautiful disposition of being creative and being able to flow with that deep balance and harmony of nature can become excessive if you push that away. So if you repress your own desire to find inner harmony, you'll be trying to create harmony in all the other people you meet around the world, right? And without recognizing that you're not having inner harmony, because if you had inner harmony, you would accept the disharmony of the people you meet along the way, right? Because that's what harmony means. You're in harmony with everything and everybody. So there's a lot of self-denial and self-delusion and becoming jaded when these impulses start to work against us. And, just to bring it back, like the nominal ideas, like for the activist, there's a lot of qualities, right? The aggression is a part of the activist as well. The aggression is necessary in order to cross the threshold of the event horizon in order to become one. And one, that integrity means that I've got to be the center. I've got to be able to have the integrity to be able to keep everybody together. That's a powerful strength in its positive state. The same way that the activist has got the bravery and the impulse to put themselves out there and to go faithfully where nobody else is prepared to go. And the empath is the key to basically being able to bring the people together so that the leader can become a hub. And the optimist is then helping to create an environment of positivity so that the people that are brought together by the empath and kept in stasis around a wheel by the leader can then become a positive, constructive force. The builder then gives that form, gives that structure, makes sure that everything and everybody's in their place and everything's right. The builder can be also a little bit controlling, can be a quality of the number 4 personality. It can be very stubborn. Then number 5 just wants to shake things up, right? So they want to try new things. That's where the overconfidence comes in. They're ready to try anything that's new. Let's just try it. We haven't tried it. Try new things. So that means that there's a certain amount of danger that comes with the number 5. Number 4 holds a certain amount of danger too. Different kinds of danger. Number 4 is the danger of going too far. Number 5 is the danger of just trying some random new thing and it doesn't work. Number 6 as well, the artist can also become a little bit what's the word? I'm better than you. Can look down on other people. There can also be envy working with that too, by the way, as a negative quality. That overbearing quality is the masculine. The feminine quality could be an envy. When you see someone else when a beautiful woman sees another woman that's more beautiful than she is, what can she feel? Envy. Because I'm normally the center of attention, because I'm so beautiful. Everyone is always looking at me, how beautiful I am. Now you're the only beautiful one in the room. Now I'm not even beautiful anymore. Like, I've seen women go through this crazy mental inner drama because they don't feel like they're the most beautiful woman anymore. And the mystic, apart from being aloof, there can also become a spiritual superiority, like we're in this wise cult and everybody else isn't. And we see it in the truther community, don't we? Like we're awakened and they're not awakened. They're just sheep. And the word sheep then becomes a reflection of like, we're aloof from you. We're the awakened crowd that know all about the occult cosmology. Those people out there, they're muggles, right? They know nothing. So there's that superiority element that can come out of number 7 too. And with the workaholic, obviously another aspect to it could just be like completely repressing all emotions, completely pushing all the emotions away when it goes into the shadow form, because they're too busy objectively achieving their success. Emotions get in the way. So, but when a number 8 person is in tune with their feelings, they become truly invigorated and powerful, spiritually and mentally balanced. Their intuition guides them, and the work that they do is optimal and it works, and they don't waste time and energy. Namaste, Vincent. I hope you're good. I hope everybody in the chat are rocking and rolling. So yeah, there's my little bit of a breakdown. And like you say, the positive things. What do you think about that? Like going into your shadow to find your strengths?
Yeah, I think there's a big thing about that we all have kind of missed the mark on when it comes to what we're told about in our upbringing and in education. They don't mention about how we can really become whole and find our strengths in our shadow, or that the shadow even exists. So luckily, in the Enneagram, I'm a number 5, And so I'm always interested in trying new things and seeking new ways. And so I've always kind of looked into the mysterious things and to see try to see what kind of weight they hold in healing aspects and with their insights into self mastery and understanding. But when I came across Carl Jung, and I started to dive into that, it just seemed to be more and more full of wisdom that has not really reached the limelight as far as the public stage. People that are involved in Jungian work are usually off the beaten path and go a little deeper than most. Usually, Freud is what people come across first when they venture into psychology. It's what's kind of pushed on us. The sexuality of it all is kind of used to manipulate us in society and programming. So it makes sense that they would push that forth into the beginning of our education in academia when it comes to these kinds of circles. But when it comes to these interesting insights of the various personalities with the zodiacs and the different planetary spheres associated with the zodiacs, I think there's so much there that can help us learn more about ourselves if we can really see what we were predisposed to, what other people in our zodiacs have ended up like, and do we end up in a similar place? Not everybody does, because like I mentioned earlier, some people will kind of take a flip reversal role and they'll try to put forth their negative sides as their forthright personality and suppress their positive sides. So they might be somebody with their predisposition should be that they should be more of a giving and kind and compassionate person. But since they're programming something had happened, maybe there was trauma, they might become somebody that's forthright as a kind of dangerous person. And so usually people will fall into the typical zodiac predispositions, but there's possibilities that they don't necessarily do sometimes. Interestingly, I have a strong predisposition to number 5 and 7, so I have a lot of associations with them. But they say that the devil holds our shadow in his claws, and we're only half of a person, because the shadow is our other half that we've said is not good. It's not good enough. I'm not like that, but we are. We just don't want people to know, and we don't want ourselves to know sometimes. But if we can embrace that side of ourselves, we can really find the positive side to it that we had kind of overlooked. Because as Franklin mentioned, when things are in excess, it's easy to cast them off and think, though, there's nothing good about this. I need to keep that back. But everything in moderation has benefits. And if we can kind of fine tune our shadow so that it's kind of not unadapted and it's not toxic, and we can work with it and become aware of it and try to bring it forth, that's when it starts to become more beneficial for us, when we can really take it out of being denied and start to put it into the light. We have to take that light of self-forgiveness and self-love and shine it into that darkness within and bring that side of ourselves out from the cage. And it's going to be a beautiful thing, because the other side of ourselves does not want to live in a cage, but being held back by the claws of the devil.
I think part of the issue when it comes to embracing the shadow is, I think the problem is that human culture in general, I think, overvalues perfection and this idea of upholding a kind of perfect image. We see it in movies, television, books, and I think even our religions even reflect this too, about like, oh, you got to be the perfect enlightened being. And I think when it comes to the shadow, we look at that as the part of the self that we either want to deny or demonize and say it's the devil. And so I think that when you don't look at the world from the lens of I need to be perfect and you're okay with being flawed, I think then it becomes a lot easier to sort of embrace and recognize the shadow, when you're willing to sort of accept the fact that you have certain flaws and you have certain things, but it's okay to be flawed, because we're all flawed. None of us are really perfect. But I think this like neurotic obsession with perfection, I think, is probably one of the biggest reasons human beings in general repress their shadow side.
Yeah. And where did we learn that? Where did we learn that? Is it just a natural thing, or did they teach us that? Teacher, leave those kids alone. Were we all just bricks in the wall? Yeah? We're like wishing we were here, but we were there, right? We were all bricks in the wall wishing we were here, but we were there in school instead. And, you know, that's the shadow of the world. And this, you actually bring us to an interesting point, Cosmic, because the personal shadow, we've got to take personal responsibility for, right? There's no two ways around that. But there is Hollywood, there is advertising, there is all sorts of other social pressures that are applied upon us in different ways. And these social pressures are put on us. You know, we don't just get them. Teachers initiate a form of peer pressure. They teach us peer pressure in the schools. And so it's rather fundamental. Thanks for telling me, Josh. His mom's making him now a veggie burger.
Oh,
Making
fabulous.
veggie burger patties.
Mm.
He's excited about that. He's eating junk food. Homemade junk food. But yeah, that's an interesting point. You got a lovely picture up here. What are you
Yeah.
rocking, dear? Indeed.
This brings some insight here and I'm glad that Cosmic had mentioned the shame pushing the shadow within. And so like we see here, shame is really a strong negative attribute for 2, 3, and 4. But with 5, 6, and 7, shame doesn't really come into the picture so much. There's more fear. And there's another diagram that also shows that the shame is associated with the heart. The fear is associated with the brain or the head. And anger is associated with the guts. So I like this breakdown. Being a strong proponent of 5 and 7 myself, I've never really had much shame. And I've always been very critical of others. Being a Virgo, why carry so much shame? Just let it go. What's the big deal? So, of course, probably we all have other attributes besides the ones that are prominent in us, and we might deny them or suppress them. So I know I do have some anger, but the fact that I claim to not have shame makes me think to myself, I probably am in denial of whatever shame there is there. And so I just keep it in the background. But when I saw this, I thought to myself, fear is not something that I really appeal to. I feel like I'm more of an angry person than a fearful person, but I have to realize that anger also comes from fear. Anger is the suppression of fear. So there might be an aspect of that within this. And I have another diagram in here that looks
I like this one, by the way. I think it's really cool.
here.
Where did you find that?
Now I'm looking for this one. There's actually some kind of an enneagram with 11 different. It's got all the different zodiacs, and it's a different breakdown. And I can't find it. I'm looking for it, but I can't find it. This popped up in my search. But this is pretty cool.
I really like this one.
Yeah.
The anger, the shame, and the fear, because it makes a lot of sense. Anger to do with Saturn, Mars, and the Sun. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
then shapes.
Shame to do with the Moon, Jupiter, and the North Node. Fear to do with Mercury, Venus, and the South Node. Makes a lot of sense. Because when you're living in the past, you fear the future. When you're living in the future, you feel bad about the past, ashamed of the past. When you are totally focused on achieving, because this is what 8, 9, and 1 are focused on. 1 is focused on achieving a state of expression and being a hub. 9 is focused on achieving a transformation and changing things towards a humanitarian better goal. 8 wants to achieve the success that they can. They want to achieve the worldly success. And so those are all focused on achievements. And when you're focused on achievements, anger is going to be your hurdle, right? Anything that gets in the way of your achievement is going to piss you off because you're working hard to get what you want. And these all three are hard workers, right? Saturn, Mars, and the Sun. They're all hardworking personalities. Then you got the ones that aren't necessarily so focused on the hard work, right? You get Mercury and you get Venus and 7. These are more internalizing, like you say, they thinkers. This is more the thinking sphere. And the shame would be more to do with, going into the feeling sphere, even though 6 is related to compassion and it's got to do with art. It's also got to do with being able to rationalize that in some medium, right? You got an emotion, but you want to rationalize it as a poem or as a song or in terms of proportions, color, form, where the pure raw impulses, Jupiter tends to be that very positive, flamboyant, Exaggeration is something that Jupiter is prone to. And exaggeration can cause shame, right? Because they're exaggerating. They exaggerate how good they are. And so they're going to be ashamed when people found out that they're not as good as what they made themselves out to be. Exactly. And 2 is just going to be ashamed because they're always looking at themselves and comparing themselves to the outside world, finding themselves waning. Because they're so sensitive to other people's potential, they sometimes overlook their own potential. Beautiful. Please do. Did you find your other diagram?
I didn't find it on the computer, but I have it right here. I can show it on the screen right here. Let me.
Oh, then let me make you. Okay, one thing at a time. So we'll take that off. Then we'll make you big. We'll make you big. Big. Jada hai hoga.
And they break it down into 4 quadrants.
12. Okay, so that's a what do you call a 12-sided thing? That's interesting.
Yeah, I wish I could find it on here.
I think it's like dodecadon
three
or
quadrants.
dodecahedron.
3 different quadrants. Yeah.
It seems to have.
Or 4.
Oh, it does have 12, but they have 1 in between 9 and 11 for some reason. I don't get that. But Taurus comes after Leo before Virgo. It's not necessarily in a line of the aggression. So it's curious to me. I want to know more about this. But it's interesting that they associate Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces with emotion. Aquarius, Libra, and Gemini with intellect. Aries, Sagittarius, and Leo with will. And then Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn with sensorium. What would you say sensorium is? Sensitive?
Proprioceptive potential, sensitivity, sense. In other words, this. Oh, you can't see me. Let me make us all be on the screen. This. Would you give me a back rub? Ask my girlfriend, she'll tell you. Mexico, are you in the room? Like, you put your hands on my body, I'm like, I melt. I just melt. I'm like, melt. My son's like that. His sun is in Leo. His moon is in Taurus. Right?
Interesting. They're all the earth signs right there.
Well, sun is in Leo. They're fixed fire. I'm sun in Leo, moon in Taurus.
Yeah.
Ascendant on Sagittarius. That's my mutable element. Yes. So, but Mercury is a big thing in my chart because of it's in my midheaven and it's a powerful conjunction with my sun in my son's house. Mm-hmm. So that brings Mercury into the forefront. But yeah, I think that sensorium, that's what it means. It means sensation, eating, nice smells, being massaged, sex, feeling good, like that kind of stuff. All of the good stuff. Incense. Speaking of which, see? Moon in Taurus, sensorium. I love to have frankincense burning. I love the smell.
Oh yeah.
I was on the mountain today,
smell.
and I was like,
Oh,
I was
yeah.
tripping out, man, on the smells. And I was saying to my son, breathe it in, my boy, breathe it in. You will not get this anywhere in the world. He says, no, but other mountains have this. I said, no, my boy, I traveled the world for 20 years trying to find a single mountain anywhere on the planet that could smell as much as our mountain smells. And nowhere have I found anything that's even close to it. I traveled the whole Himalayas looking for the Valley of Flowers to see a place. And I was like, yeah, it smells nice, but it's not Cape Town. Like, we've got so many different varieties of wildflowers here that generate so much smell. So once you come onto Table Mountain and you smell the earth, it's the earthy smell with all of those flowers. It's like a drug. So that's sensorium. You hear I'm talking about smell?
I love that. Yeah, I wear all these essential oils and stuff that are good for my skin and hair and scalp and things, instead of like the fragrances that are found to be like really toxic now. They say that like fragrances are the new like secondhand smoke. It can be really damaging to your health, which is sad because, you know, a lot of women appeal to those old like cologne smells and stuff, and it's a really good feeling. But the chemicals that they use in those colognes and perfumes have been
Fake.
deemed toxic and fake. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't use, because the real stuff's expensive.
Yeah, exactly. So they've been watering
Like,
down.
you want to get real frankincense, you got to pay for it, and it's not cheap. But they can make like knockoff smells that are quite similar.
But
I can smell the difference immediately because I'm a sensorium kind of guy.
and
If you put a bottle in front of me, I'll be no, it's fake.
Yeah.
I can't even breathe it in. Make me feel
Same.
nauseous.
Alex like, no, I don't want to be near that. I don't know if that's because like I know it's not good for me, but I can tell there's something wrong with the smell now that I know. It hits me wrong now, but it used to be nice. I used to wear all those colognes and stuff, but now I've changed a lot of things. I've changed to organic 100% juices in a glass bottle, and there's a majorly huge difference for me. I'm very sensitive about this stuff, and I like to have things that are more holistic and healing. I try to move away from the stuff that's fake and synthetic. A lot of people don't mind it, so I try to let them be and to each their own. You know what I mean?
You know, on the subject of fake and synthetic, I kind of wanted to jump back to the point where you're talking about like shame and guilt, because I've been thinking about guilt a lot lately, and kind of the difference between self and, because I'm thinking about we're talking about a lot of these emotions and these parts of ourselves. But I think one of the things we also have to realize is that a lot of these emotions and these thought processes are not even our own emotions and our own thoughts. They're thoughts and emotions that have been implanted by other people, religion, education, you know, what have you. Because I was thinking about like guilt the other day, and it's like there's this kind of like there's a difference between like when you like, for example, like, you know, I kind of have my own sort of like moral principles that I follow in my life. And I find that I'm guilty when I betray one of those moral principles. Like, for example, I like try to be, you know, nice and considerate to people. And, you know, when I lose my temper and, you know, I start acting like a jerk, I feel guilty about that because I betrayed one of my principles. I think one of the problem is that we don't have that kind of that natural empathy, shame, guilt dynamic. Instead, we have, it's not like, okay, let me put it this way. It's not that we feel guilty because we internally recognize something is wrong. We instead feel guilty because other people tell us we're supposed to feel guilty, even though we don't necessarily understand what those feelings are. The same thing with empathy. Like sometimes there's a lot of people, they're not really acting on their own empathy. They're just, oh, you're supposed to care about this group of people because this is what people in our, you know, circle or group are supposed to do. This is the expectation that you're supposed to be. And there's so many of these like societal expectations that we take on, and we never really actually naturally develop our own sort of authentic emotions. We're instead kind of borrowing the sort of the thought processes and the sort of the emotional structures of other religions and other people. And I think if we really want to be able to work on ourselves, I think we also, in addition to looking into the shadow to find the parts that we've, you know, essentially suppressed and, you know, hidden away in the corner, I think we also have to figure out which parts of ourselves are really ourselves and which of that is stuff that's been basically implanted and inserted into us by other people. Like I was thinking about like the movie, Inception when it came out. And the whole premise of that movie was these people, they go into people's dreams to basically implant an idea into that person's mind so that they can do some kind of, I don't know, coerce them to like get money for them. I don't really remember the movie, but just the general idea that there's so many people kind of implanting sort of things in our mind and implanting things in our subconscious. Or for example, like if you think about like any kind of like political ideology or any kind of religion, when somebody, you can tell this too, when somebody, they never really have their own thought processes. They just tend to quote other authors or other philosophers when they're trying to make a point. They don't really have a unique point of view of their own. So it's like their intellect is really the borrowed intellect mindscape of some other thinker that's smarter than them. And they're just copying that, what that person learned and what that person thought, thinking that those are their thoughts and their insights when it really is the insights of some other person. And I think that, one of the things I've kind of learned from the Fae is kind of trying to get to more of this kind of primordial pre-cultural aspect of who we are, the part of ourselves that, because there's a lot of people out there that say, oh, you're defined by your culture. You're just, you're basically just a product of your culture, which in some sense is true. But I think there's also a part of ourselves that's timeless, that's, more spiritual, like that isn't conditioned by culture, that transcends kind of time and causality. And I think that if we don't parse the layers and figure out what's us and what's been sort of implanted us by other people or that we've taken in through peer pressure, I don't think we can really get an authentic understanding of what our shadow self is, because a lot of what we think of as being ourself isn't really ourself. It's just feelings and thoughts and sensations that we've borrowed from other people that we essentially admire or we've given into peer pressure. But I think kind of putting all the kind of the dust aside and sort of finding that true self within, then I think you can actually start to make authentic work and figuring out which part of you is, the shadow part that you've kind of uncovered, because definitely that kind of prescriptive aspect of conforming to certain ideological beliefs and feelings, I think also definitely puts a lot of stuff into our shadow self that we deny, because a lot of cults and sort of religions demand a certain specific image. They demand a certain sense of perfection. They demand a certain, you act and behave in a specific way that may not be natural to who you are. So I think to kind of summarize, there's a lot of aspects of who we are that aren't really who we are. They're kind of other things that other people have kind of put into us, And so I think learning to figure out who that person is outside of all that, I think that's where the real healing can start.
Yeah, I agree with you emphatically. I think there's a lot to be said about this. I think it's like rather fundamental, and that is what I would say, the shadow self. So the shadow self is the real self. Let's start with that. The parts of ourselves that we repress, that's the real us. Why do we repress those parts of ourselves? Exactly for the reasons you said, Cosmic, right? Like we see qualities in other people that we think are cool and we want to embody, so we become like that. In the process of becoming like that, we leave who we actually are, a part of ourselves, behind. And that part's repressed in order to embrace that other thing. And so we become that other thing that we think we have to be in society, or because it's trendy or popular, or because we're going to get something out of it. There's going to be some kind of a gain, or whatever the yield of that behavior is, whether it's a personal or impersonal yield, is there. And I would say that this is why the shadow self is so important, because the parts that are repressed in the shadow are the real us. And the parts that the roles that we're playing, those are surface roles. And very interesting that you say as well about not having authentic conversations. And this is something that I've noticed, and my shadow self has to come to terms with this, right? Because Henry, stop it. The little doggy's scratching the door. Aye. He must learn a bit of patience. He gets to the door now. He's like scratch the paint off it if I'm not careful. So I noticed this is a lot. Like I'll give you examples. There are a lot of podcasts out there, and these people are all just reading books and doing research on the occult, right? They're not really practitioners, really. They don't really have the thing that they do. They're not really involved, right? And these are like basically most of the biggest podcasters around, I would say. And this seems to be a trend. You find it all over on the internet, right? Everybody's talking a big game about philosophy and spiritual psychology and occult, and they've read this book and they've read that book, and it's like, okay, so what do you do? What do you mean, what do I do? I read books. Okay. What do you do when you're not reading books? I watch documentaries. What do you do when you're not watching documentaries? Well, I listen to podcasts. But what about when you're not listening to podcasts? I'm looking for new books and podcasts to listen to and read. And this is, it's a sad reality, but this is what's going on. And you could look at the biggest podcasts, and like, no disrespect to, like, for example, podcasts like Universe, respect to them. They do a lot of homework. They do a lot of research, but this is why, like, AI is being pushed the way it's being pushed, right? Becoming real pushers of AI, to the point where the script's being written by the AI. They're doing these shorts, and the music's from the AI, and the video is the AI, and they're stepping back, and it's all about the occult, because they've now schooled an AI with the occult that they've been schooled with from other podcasts and books that they've read, but they don't have any experience in actually necessarily training in the occult or actually being practitioners. And that's what makes, I think, the round table special, is because, like, each one of us here has our thing that we do. Like, you work hard. You might not say that you meditate, Cosmic, but it takes a lot to connect with the Fae, right? You got to get into that zone. There's a powerful meditative practice that you must go into, and you must obviously have been doing that for a while to get to the point where you can connect with the Fae. Indy himself has got a whole process he's been going through. He's very drawn to nature, and he goes into nature and he finds the beauty of nature, and you can see when you speak to him, look into his eyes, that his heart is big. He's the guy who wants to go out there and help people. So he's like a karma yogi master as well. So, it's like what do you do in your life that gives you value, that gives you an opportunity to look at yourself and to be yourself? I think the problem is that there's too much information out there. There's too many books. There's too many voices. There's too many podcasts. There's too many, and they're all the same. They're all saying the same generic thing over and over again. And they're not enough real conversations. Everybody's schooled. They've researched their podcast, what they're going to say. They've planned what they're going to say. They've read their books. It's all based upon he said this and they said this and he said this and she said this. And there's my he said, she said collage for you to look at. And now I feel special because I feel like I know something because I did a he said, she said, they said collage. And look at all of my receipts of the he said, she said, they said collage. And there's a real ego trip that comes from that in the world, I think, because the sense of feeling validated and the requirement to feel validated is validated by, look at me, I studied really hard. Can I have a gold star? It reminds me of when we were in school. And I think school is exactly where all the nonsense started. Those of us that are true rebels are really like rebelling against all of that nonsense. And so I think, like, in a sense, you have to be a rebel. Would you agree with that, Cosmic? You have to be a rebel. You have to go against the flow in a sense.
I think, yeah, you have to be somebody that's you take ideas and then you kind of creatively fix them together to make something different and original out of it. You make something your own. It's like you read books, right? But then the idea is you're supposed to take that knowledge and synthesize it into something completely different, use it, and try to come up with your own kind of perspective. I think that's the problem with, I think one of my main concerns with artificial intelligence in terms of both, art and philosophy, I don't think that the issue is that this stuff is going to replace humans, because the thing with AI is that it only can really imitate what we do, right? It can't really come up with something that's truly original that we've never thought of before. I think the real danger of AI is newer generations of kids who won't be incentivized to really engage with their own creative mind and letting that artificial intelligence do all of it for them. There's no sense of let's, daydream, and come up with an idea, and like we're gonna have a story, and I'm gonna think about all the characters and I'm gonna brainstorm it and have this really fun, creative kind of process, but instead just have like an AI do all the work for them. And some of the thing, I think part of the motivation behind the reason, I mean, this is totally speculative. I don't really have anything totally, base this on, but I think the people who are really big proponents of AI are people who lack that creative spark and are jealous of people that have that creative spark. So it's almost like they kind of try to create this artificial intelligence to sort of delegitimize the creative people as a form of kind of spite and resentment. Like, you know what? It's like, oh, well, I can't be creative, so no one can be creative. It kind of goes back to that shadow stuff we're talking about, like this kind of sort of like need to sort of like, but maybe that's another dynamic of the shadow too. It's not that because if you think about it, we see ourselves in other people. And so when someone exposes something about ourselves that we don't want to see, it's not just that we push ourselves into the shadow, but we kind of like push them into their own shadow too. So yeah, I think that's kind of like the issue when it comes to like, creativity. And I think that with a lot of this, what like we're talking about with school, is that it doesn't necessarily, encourage creative thinking in the sense of I'm going to come up with my own theory. I'm going to come up with my own epistemology of the world. A lot of people are just kind of, taught to just, sit and read a book. And like you say before, with all this like podcast stuff where people are just basically, they're just consuming knowledge, they're just consuming and consuming, but they're not giving birth to any new knowledge. That's the real issue here. They're not, they're not creating anything. They're just consuming knowledge.
Yeah, I agree with you when you say, the AI could potentially arrest, I like that word, could arrest our creative development as a species. And I think, though, the danger is this, right? This is the big danger, is that these multinational corporations like the one we're on right now, right? I see a lot of red triangles there. You're all on red triangles. Do I see any blue triangles? Did I see a blue triangle? Yes. That's my blue triangle. Everybody seems to be on the red triangle. The only blue triangles I see are me. So, not many of you on Facebook, which is a good thing. Respect to you all. I do find some people from Facebook come here. And LinkedIn. Do I see LinkedIn chats? Don't seem to see LinkedIn chats. Anyway, so yeah, as I look at this, I see it seems clear, these corporations, the YT corporation that we're talking on now, for example, they're starting to push the content of AI more and more. So if you've got a podcast and you want your podcast to be seen by more people, what do you need to do?
Yeah.
AI. Use AI and the algorithms will push you. So what does that do in the long run? People like us will become more and more marginalized because the bigger chunk of viewership will be pushed into AI. And slowly but surely, the more people that use AI to make their podcasts, it will get to the point where nobody will find anybody unless you're on AI. Like already it's like that. All the people that have found us here are those of you that have come across us in chat groups or in particular places, right? Like you didn't YouTube. How many of you here in the chat found this podcast because YouTube advised you? I'm curious. Any of you? Did YouTube say, hey, check this out, here's a podcast you might like, or did you find it through other means? And I think that sort of explains itself, right? Even though the content that we're sharing is fairly worthwhile, and we have fairly worthwhile conversations, topics as well. If we were using AI, YouTube introduced you. YouTube suggested you to me. Well, Paranatural Pinch, I'm impressed. Okay, YouTube, I take it back.
Yeah.
They do suggest to some people, which is interesting. I didn't think they did it very much, but I know that, like, if you do start using AI, they will push your content. I've seen podcasters talking about this, how the moment they started using AI, they talk about it as being a game changer. You've suddenly increased the value of your podcast, and YouTube algorithms can tell that your finish is better, and that your AI voice that you're using is like an accepted voice that YouTube knows is going to be worthwhile. So it'll be shown to like thousands and thousands of people. And I think what they are doing, Google and YouTube, is they slowly are customizing us to more and more AI, so that AI can become a more financially viable commodity, like AI friends, AI therapists and psychologists. This is already happening. AI employees. You want to run a business? Do you have a personal assistant? Get an AI personal assistant, right? She talks with a nice voice. She speaks to your clients. She organizes your bookkeeping. She does your taxes for you. Do you know what I mean? You see where this can go? Like, so I just, it does seem to me that we're being driven towards AI from every direction. And I think that you're right, Cosmic. You know, it potentially can bleed out the creativity, because more and more people start becoming reliant on AI. Then what will be left? Yeah, what will there be for us to actually really focus on? Like, will people still be drawing pictures and painting when AI art is so easy and accessible, and drawing and painting is like something quite beautiful? Like, I've got a beautiful piece done by my girlfriend. Oh, I've got to show you guys.
Now, as much as this AI is capable, it's very misinformative and divisive. They never really get it right. The hands seem wrong. The words are always wrong. The pictures aren't the picture of what it's supposed to be. So it's misinformative to me a lot of times. Look at this beautiful image of Ganesha. Wow. Now, who made that? That's amazing. Absolutely beautiful.
That's Mexico.
Oh, wow.
She's really gifted. She even did the frame.
Incredible. I love the frame. I was looking at that. Look at the texture.
Like, I think she found the frame, like, she didn't carve it all the way it is, did she? I don't think she did, but she put the gold inlay into it, and she like gave it character, and she just made it all up from scratch, and it's different sort of textures that she's put in there. It's just such a beautiful piece. When people aren't doing this anymore, and we're just relying on AI art, what will there be? Where will we be? Yeah. I think it's it's sort of fundamental part of life is art, and we take it for granted. And AI is fast driving us towards laziness. And the youth of today, they don't make music anymore, do they? They have like a system.
They have a hard time. They have to leave society and go into a cabin with no electricity to make music now. That's the only good albums that have come.
Yeah, and I think it's because it's just too easy, right?
Yeah.
Especially with electronic music. Like this, you got all your samples, you got all this, you pay for a package, you get all your sounds, and there's a lot of things in there, you just mix them up. But you're not sitting there with an instrument, bending the strings or bending your fingers and blowing in a new way to get a new sound from your saxophone, or, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Because like before I kind of recorded my electronic music, using my computer, I used to just kind of like play my keyboard, with my hands and my fingers, and like play guitar more often. And by using actual physical instruments, I actually kind of developed my own unique sense of melody and my own unique, weird sense of harmony. And I think there is something about having those limitations in your creative medium that kind of forces the artist to have like come up with new innovative ways to express it. So maybe they're not like, good in one aspect, but by compensating for it by some other technique or some other way, they can invent a new type of sound or a new way of playing the instrument or a new way of playing the melody. And when you just have kind of like a computer where you can just kind of like put in the melody, you're not really going to create anything really all that unique or interesting. And I think that's kind of like part of the problem with not having that kind of that tactile sort of, approach to music.
Yeah, and I think like when you make mistakes in art and music, that's when the creative kind of aspect kind of unfolds sometimes. And you can't really make mistakes when you have AI doing things for you, or there's only set parameters on buttons that you can press. There's no real accidents that can happen on the digital media. Whereas on this analog media, you can like hit something funny and then be like, oh, wait, that sounded kind of cool. Let's go in with that and just go into the mystery with it. That's where the power is, in the mystery. And with this technology, they kind of take that mystery away.
Yeah, so getting back to the shadow self, I would say that the true self sadly becomes the shadow. Think about it. What could you repress? Just if you really ask this question of yourself, like, if I'm going to repress something, is it going to be something false or something true? The fact that I can repress it means it already exists.
Mm-hmm.
Means I'm in denial of something. Can you be in denial of something that's not true? Would that be denial? Would that be repression? So whenever we're in denial, it's ourselves that we're in denial of. Whenever we're repressing a part of the psyche, it's ourself that we're repressing. And when we repress a part of ourself, what takes its place?
Phony.
Yeah. And we become more and more phony.
Yeah.
Like, no offense to the ladies out there that like it, but I cringe when I see like false nails, false boobies, false eyelashes,
Yeah.
False hair extensions. I'm like cringing. I'm like, and then you look at her and you go, she's actually quite beautiful. Imagine she took off all that crap. She'd actually be quite pretty.
Right.
You actually look at her and you go, she's actually quite a pretty girl, but those eyelashes, but those nails, but the hair, but this. And I find myself like trying not to be judgmental, but one can't help it, when it comes to certain aspects of authenticity and originality. I've always been more comfortable around. To me, a woman looks most beautiful when she's wearing her comfy clothes. I don't know. Do you guys find that too?
Yeah, I like a girl that's comfortable and natural. When they got that fake look to them, I'm like thinking to myself, like, they have so much shame. They don't want anyone to know what they really like, but they have no reason to be ashamed. They're probably trying to compare themselves to somebody else that they think looks better, and then they have to hide their true self. But it just makes them look worse to me. I like authenticity, personally. Because
I think a lot of what it is, like we're talking about like the shadow self, but I think that when somebody denies their shadow so deeply that when they see another authentic person, it's threatening to them. And so they feel like if someone has embraced their shadow side, they're like, no, don't embrace your shadow side. I didn't embrace your shadow side. You're reminding me of how much of a failure I am. I got to shut that down, So they kind of like, because that's the thing is like when you truly narcissistic people despise authentic people because they're a reminder of everything that they cannot be and they cannot achieve in life, and they're deeply resentful that they can just kind of go with the flow. They aren't so egotistical, so they try to take them down, and they try to kind of put them in the same hole that they're in. So if I'm, I'm going to hell, I'm going to drag everyone down with me, kind of, mentality. And I think that's that thing that's dangerous for the shadow, and why I think it's important to embrace it. Now that I think about it, it's not just the fact that you're allowing yourself to be authentic, but when you become the kind of person that isn't authentic, you then become threatening and adversarial to actual authentic people, and you're actually destabilizing other people's spiritual progress. So I think in addition to dealing with our own shadow, we also have to deal with these fake people that try to put us in these boxes,
Yeah, that can be discouraging in shadow work, but it comes with the process of like self-mastery. When you have a big social circle of friends that think you're cool because you're trying to fit in, be somebody who you're not, you start to become more real. You notice your social circles start to diminish and change. That's kind of a process that happens with shadow work. It's for the best. You're growing away from your pretend self, trying to be somebody who you're not and trying to fit into people that you don't really fit in with, to finding people that are actually authentically compatible with you. And so it's not going to be as big of a group, but you're going to have a much stronger relationship.
I'm still digesting what you guys are saying in the chat, man. Big love to you guys. That a lot of you found me here and found Indie and found Cosmic and found us here through YouTube algorithms. I'm shocked.
That's great.
I'm impressed. I'm shocked. I didn't
Right.
know YouTube like actually cared. I thought they were like trying to hide us from the world, because a lot of people actually say, "Oh, we were looking for that podcast you mentioned to us, and I typed it in and I couldn't find it." And they actually have to come and ask me on Telegram, like, "What's the link?" I'm like, "What do you mean, what's the link? Just put it in there." No, it won't come up. So I thought that I've heard that a lot. I thought maybe that was what was happening, but so Chaos, and Vincent, I keep wanting to call you Gary. Chaos, is that your name? Gary. Why does that keep coming to mind? Is that your name, by the way? I keep wanting to call Chaos Gary. It must just be a slip of the tongue. And Vincent, I'm surprised that you guys came from that, were recommended. And
Awesome.
Paranatural as well,
Really?
interesting. I find that Gaz, Gaz. Of course, it's Gaz. Sorry. Now I remember. The Lady in Red. Yeah, The Lady in Red. Beautiful track. I've been very nostalgic of today. I don't know about you guys. I've been feeling the nostalgia. I've been singing Grease Lightning music. My girlfriend said to me earlier, "Is that Grease Lightning you're humming?" And I was like, "Yeah, it is, isn't it?" I've had loads of nostalgia flying through my head. So you say Lady in Red, that is a pretty classic track, isn't it? Christa Berg at his best. Although Christa Berg's best track is where Jesus and the devil are playing cards for the souls of the dead. It's called Runaway Train. Do you guys know that track? If you don't know it, go and find it. I think it's called Runaway Train. It's Christa Berg, and it's like a cowboy kind of a song where Jesus and Satan are on this train and they're playing cards for the souls of the dead. And it's about this train that crashed or had like something go wrong, and everybody died on the train. And it's like it's quite an intense track, but it's done in a very light-hearted way. That's my favorite. YouTube. Yeah, man, I get you. So yeah, I mean, getting back to the ideas of these shadow aspects. I think the world, we can probably see all of these qualities in the world, right? Egotism, impressionism, being scattered. Well, we're continually being scattered by the media, right? The news, advertising. I think it's designed to scatter us. And it's also designed to make us impressionable. In other words, whenever your oversensitive emotions are being stimulated, and that's something we're going to get into, that Cosmic was speaking about and Indy was speaking about earlier, the emotions, which is really the key to the whole shadow story. But the notion of, you know, shock media tactics, showing us very shocking information, shocking footage of a war scene, and video footage and photographic footage that's shocking to us. This is all going to create that same kind of dynamic, you know, that's going to drive us into that state of mind where we become that way. And you look at egotism. Well, we're all being sort of pushed towards egotism if you think about it, right? Because when you are being pushed into a corner, right, and your rights are being taken away from you, your natural response is to kick back, to push back. And I think egotism could be a impulse and unconscious reaction to that. If somebody takes your liberty away from you, you're probably going to react in that way, that you want to express yourself and assert yourself, because it's important for the protection of the ego, of the self. Then rigidity, well, we're continually being patterned in the same pattern. We hear the same political narrative every year. We hear the same financial narrative every year. We see the same crap. It's like it's locking us into a pattern where we become rigid, where we become stuck in those narratives. There's very little change that happens in these narratives. They dress up the corners and the edges to make it look different, but it's really the same crap that's being refed to us, lies, whatever. Overconfident. I think overconfidence is an interesting thing. The social media platforms are driving us towards overconfidence because we've got the anonymity, right? To be able to go out there and talk crap in social chat groups and what have you, and nobody knows who we are anyway. So we can talk whatever nonsense we want to talk and not have to be accountable. Because if you were in your own neighborhood talking that nonsense, people would be like, yeah, I know him. He lives in number 10. Do you know what I mean? So there's, you know, that would be forcing us to start taking responsibility for the way that we behave and the way that we speak in our local communities, because we have to face these people on the road when we go to the shop, when we walk around, when we go anywhere. You know, they're part of our home, effectively. And then we look at, I'm struggling to see that other word, overbearing. Well, I think that the system is, you're right. With that overconfidence comes an overbearing disposition, right? We all have all the answers. We've read the books. We know the facts. We're willing to argue for our facts. We know what they are. That sort of fringes over into becoming opinionated. 6 and 9 are connected. You see, being scattered, being overbearing, and being opinionated work hand in hand, right? Being impressionable and being overconfident and being overambitious work hand in hand. Being egotistical, being rigid, and being aloof works hand in hand, because when you're egotistical, you're focused on just me. Being aloof, it's all about me. Right? Rigidity is when you become stuck in that pattern. So you can see, you know, aloof, yeah, we're becoming more and more aloof because all of the people we speak to more often than not are in text, which is an aloof form of communication, and it's at a distance. And we don't really know the people we speak to. We don't get to see them very much because we're becoming more globally oriented. And, you know, COVID helped, didn't it? In order to get us like disconnected from our local communities. Overambitious. I suppose overambitious is something that comes because the world's your oyster. You've got the internet. You can do just about anything. So we tend to have high expectations of the world, high expectations, things that we expect from ourselves, from other people, from life, financially, from different ways. And that, I suppose, all of these things together make us more opinionated, and we start to become stuck in it. So I think like the world is really effectively training us towards all of these different dispositions. And I've got to go and let that little dog in. Shame. He's come back again and he's kicking the door.
I want to address the elephant in the room when it comes to shadow work. The way that we form our denial of self comes from a process in which we focus on criticizing and controlling others. So instead of working, and people have probably heard this before, it's easier to try to criticize someone else than to work on our own issues. And that's the crux of what the shadow is. So when we're young, we're kind of taught, and it could be different if we're taught to go more introspective and work on our own self-mastery as children in education, which is probably what we should be learning in a true education. But in indoctrination, we're programmed to criticize and control other people around us and point fingers to what the problem is. Now, the media says these people in the other place are the problem. We need to go attack them and fix things. Whereas they don't say to themselves, we have an internal problem domestically within our country. That's the issue that we need to work in here. They don't say that kind of thing. We don't have that kind of thinking. So our programming has led us to focus on like, oh, these other podcasters are terrible. You know, they have this and that. But if we're thinking of our shadow, we might remember that, oh, what I'm really saying is that I have an aspect of my own podcast that I really want to master more. But it's easier for me to say that these people are doing it worse. So I want to say that they're not really coming to the forefront here. They don't really walk the walk. Whereas even though we do walk the walk, we might be hard on ourselves and think to ourselves subconsciously, I wish I had like a bigger practice that was like more recognized to heal people, where I could have more people come in to heal more often. Even though I do have the capacity to heal and I have healed people, I don't do it as much as I want to. And then that might come out through our shadow by saying, these other people, they don't even do the work. You know what I mean? And even though we do the work, we might be self-criticizing ourselves by externalizing that through the egotism that has been pushed on us. And as much as we've come to do shadow work and come to our wholeness, there's always going to be an aspect of ego. Ego never disappears. But we take it to a point where it doesn't take the driver's seat, but it is in the passenger seat trying to passenger seat drive sometimes. I say, you should do this. But we can think to ourselves, I know that's just the ego talking. I'm not going to listen to that anymore right now. So that's the kind of thing that comes from being able to learn that, all right, even though I'm trying to say those people are the problem, I can work on myself and change in myself what I dislike in others. Which is a Confucian proverb. From around 500 BC. That can be very powerful and very relevant to shadow work. Focus on self-mastery and use the criticisms that we have on others to turn within and look within to see, do I have anything hypocritical going on here first before I come out and express any of that? And it can be very suppressed and hard to uncover.
Yeah, some people, they just completely, it's like some people, they're blind to their own hypocrisy. But I just kind of wanted to put a little metaphor that I've been kind of thinking about in regards to, well, I guess we're dealing with a lot of things, whether it be the shadow self or the ego or kind of our more natural self. Like if you think of like the self or the ego as like a pet dog, if you play with that dog, you feed it well, you give that dog a lot of love, that's going to be a nice, happy dog. But if you don't feed that dog and you just, leave it in a cage, when you face that dog again, it's going to be showing its teeth. It's going to snarl at you and it's going to like bite your throat out. And I think that's kind of what happens with us. Like when we deny certain parts of ourselves, they kind of fester and mutate and become kind of they become demonic in a way. If anything, that's kind of like what really these demonic imagery is all about, is when we take those parts of ourselves and when they stay in the darkness for too long, they start to rot and fester and mutate and turn into horrible eldritch things, And so I think that when it comes to the ego, I think it's actually probably more important to just really simply recognize its existence and sort of acknowledge it. Because, like, yeah, like you said, you can't really transcend the ego. And I think one of the dangers in the spiritual community is that I feel like the people who say they don't have an ego tend to be the most egotistical, because by thinking that they've lost their ego or that they've transcended the ego is still there, but now it's unchecked. See, if you can have the humility and look at yourself like, okay, you know, that's my ego, that's my bias talking, you know, you can kind of keep yourself in check. But if you think of yourself as this perfect person, oh, I have no ego, I'm super humble, I'm never egotistical about anything, then you'll start to realize those parts of themselves that are flawed or hypocritical will go ignored, and they'll just get worse and worse. So I think that, you know, having that honesty with yourself and being vulnerable with recognizing that that you have certain flaws in your personality, I think is really an important and healthy thing. And I think one of the aspects of, you know, narcissism and egotism is an inability to feel vulnerable. Like, if you find that, you know, people who are really kind of egotistical or really narcissistic, they'll view vulnerability as a weakness that has to be avoided at all costs. But I think of vulnerability as like making yourself like clay. You know, if you think of clay, it's soft, and because it's soft, you can shape that clay into different things. But if you're just hard and rigid, that you can't shape the clay if it's already been cooked in the kiln, so to speak, and it's already become pottery. Then you can't really shape it anymore unless you break it into a million pieces. So I think that by having a sort of being able to keeping your ego in check and sort of being honest with the shadow, is it becomes like a nice happy dog. But if you take that shadow and you hide it in the corner and you refuse to feed it, it's gonna bare its fangs, and it's gonna draw blood on you, and it's not gonna be, you know, pretty at all. So I think there's definitely some value in sort of being honest with those parts of ourselves. And so many of us, you know, we want to think of ourselves as being perfect, and I think perfection is such an utterly neurotic concept. Don't you guys agree with me on that? Just this idea of just total perfection. I mean, I think there's nothing wrong with improving yourself and getting better, but this idea that I'm going to be absolutely perfect and flawless is just literal insanity.
Perfection is insane. Excellence is very reasonable, I think.
Yeah, I think you know, I agree with you. I think the perfectionism is something that's, once again, it's not natural. Like, I used to be very much focused on being a perfectionist when I was younger, and it took me a long time to break out of that. And it was like, I think it's something that's got to do with a competitive side, competition, effectively. It's connected to it in some way, because if we're perfect, we can win. You know, I think there's an element of that, and life is like a contest in a sense, and it's pushed on us in this way through the systems of development where they get us when we're really young. And, you know, getting back to what you were saying, Cosmic, as well, you know, humility, I think, is like a really important and fundamental thing to practice. I don't think like humility is just something that we necessarily understand. People think that humility means like we have to keep our head down, we have to talk with a quiet voice, we have to be, not express ourselves. I don't think that's humility at all. I think humility is being willing to face humiliation, and facing humiliation with grace, to the point that you can't really be humiliated because you know you're not perfect. So why should you pretend that you're perfect? Why should you be perfect? And the willingness to make mistakes. And the willingness to make mistakes means that there's a willingness to learn. And so I equate humility with the ability to learn, the ability to adapt, without the rigidity of, yeah, but I am this great thing. Like, no, there's a lot that I have to learn. I think when we approach life with the attitude that there's a lot that I have to learn, that's when we start to really gain the spirit of humility. And then humiliation isn't such a big thing, because if we are fundamentally flawed in some way and we recognize that we aren't perfect, because we've done shadow work and we can see our own flaws, and we can recognize them and we can acknowledge them when they're present, then we don't have to pretend to be something more than we are. I think we can only really be humiliated when we're pretending to be more than what we think we are. And now this brings an interesting point, and back to what you were saying just a few minutes ago, India. I think that's very on point. I think it's very, very true, the whole pointing fingers thing. I do think that there's a requirement for balance. We can't take everything on ourselves, right? But we do have to take personal responsibility. And I think that we do need to also have a certain degree of being holding ourselves accountable, but also being able to make a reckoning. For example, if I have to choose which friends I'm going to let my little boy play with, which is something I have to do, then I've got to look at these children, and that point I've got to put my own shadow on the side and look at them and rationalize and go there has to be a certain amount of objective being able to exercise good judgment, but at the same time we can become addicted and we can become sort of stuck in our own opinions. And I think when we're pointing fingers, it usually says more about us in that moment than what it says about what we're pointing at, because we generally, as human beings, tend to point fingers at things when we feel in some way that denies us something in our existence on a deep and fundamental level. And so there will be certain things that will trigger our shadows. And I think it's those times that we'll find ourselves doing that we've got to look deep within ourselves. That's the time we've got to practice humility and look at it and go, what can I learn from this situation? What can I learn from this particular idea? What can I learn from this potential information surge? And I think that when we do look at it and we do start to embrace, we can find that balance. Like getting back to, there's 9 different aspects. And obviously within these 9, there's going to be 12 within each 9. So on the one level, there's egotism, right? On the other level, there's impressionism. You can be impressionable. So you need a certain amount of egotism to prevent you from being impressionable. And you need a certain amount of impressionablism to prevent you from being egotistical. But you can't remove your ego completely, because that's not true. Like Cosmic, you were saying, and I agree with you, there's no such thing as not having an ego. Anybody that thinks they don't have an ego, I think that's egotism, honestly. I think we have to have an ego to function in the world. But is that ego excessive? Is that ego overbearing to the point where it numbs our feelings and our sensitivity to other people and their feelings, and being in tune with empathy and compassion? Because that, number one's egotism can be very much finger pointing, right? But the impressionism is very much pointing into me. So we could get to the result where we're taking things that other people are doing on ourselves, right? And other people's impressions onto ourselves and thinking that it has a bearing on us, when actually that's the recognition that what we all say is the medicine that we all have. And generally, when we are making a critical analysis of anything, that's something to take back on ourselves. And that's a very interesting way that the shadow tends to operate. We tend to be our own best teachers. We tend to be our own best advisors. The advice that we're giving other people is usually the advice that we need to follow. This is something that I've often wrestled with. Whenever I'm giving people advice, I'm often thinking, Is this for me? Is this for you? It's really funny. What do you guys think about that polarity?
Yeah, I think it's a real gold opportunity when you get upset about something and your first response might be to attack somebody else or to point fingers at somebody else. You can start to step back and think to yourself, all right, wait a minute. When did this upset that I'm feeling right now, what does this mean to me? And when did that start? And if you can trace it back to when that upset started in your life, that's when your programming began to start to suppress something that's been hiding. And it shows itself by when you're upset about something in particular. That's your opportunity to start to forgive yourself in that situation for hiding that from yourself for so long. And first to start to love yourself and to let that upset go. And then once you can let that upset go, that's when you can start to be in a point where people can't get under your skin. And like Franklin mentioned earlier, you can't be humiliated anymore. You can't be angered. So if you could really work on yourself and deal with these issues, that upset might be anger, that upset might be fear, that upset might be shame. It could be many things. But usually we portray that by blaming somebody else first. It's a subconscious way of showing ourselves.
Yeah, I think that like one of the reasons that dealing with negative emotions can be so difficult sometimes is we don't actually know the source of where those negative emotions are coming from. They're just kind of these like vague, abstract, negative feelings that just kind of come over us. And one of the reasons we can't deal with those feelings is we don't know what's causing those feelings. What is the source of that anger? What's the source of your depression? What's the source of why you feel anxious? And I think if you can actually figure out what the source of those negative emotions are, I think it becomes much more manageable to deal with them when you've kind of sort of demystified the sort of the negativity that exists within you. And you can, oh, now I have a place that I can actually work with. I think that's why demons are often associated with darkness, because when something is in the dark, you can't discern what its features are. You can't figure out what its size is, what its shape is, what its color and its texture is. It's all sort of obscured for you. And then when you shine a light on it, you sort of realize like, oh, there was nothing to be scared of. It's just a little rabbit. And I thought it was some like horrible monster, moving around. It's just some tiny little rabbit when I turned the lights on, And I think that because we're talking about shadow work, I think of it in a very literal sense that you're basically taking parts of yourself and sort of like hiding them in the darkness. I think that's why, demonic, anything demonic is associated with darkness, because there's a power in manipulating people when you can take your true self and sort of hide it in the sort of the blackness of the shadows. And you can kind of like, and from that point, I think fear is also, you can use more fear more easily, because you don't understand what the source of the fear is. You don't know the true nature of the demon is. And so what happens is when you don't know the true nature of the demon, you imagine that demon as being more terrifying and more powerful than it actually is. And I think that's really the secret, power of black magic or darkness. It's creating a sense of illusory power that isn't there, but there is no real power. It's all an illusion to kind of like keep you down and sort of like keep you submissive and controllable. But if you can kind of shine a light and realize that the monster that you were terrified isn't nearly as terrifying as you thought it was, then you can sort of deal with it. It's all about sort of illumination and shining light on things.
And also, I want to mention that like the shadow will resist by being some absurd thing. That realization will be hard to achieve. It'll pervade the awakening to it, because like in my situation, I felt like people were always abandoning me. Everybody would just run away, and people wouldn't stay by me. There's something wrong with me. And when I went through some work with some shaman, and I did some Peruvian grandmother ceremonies, grandfather ceremonies, I started to come to an understanding that I was the one pushing people away from me. And it was so hard for me to realize that to myself, like, and admit that, because it was so much easier to say that the people were the problem, and they're just running away, and maybe I could just do something to become better, make them stay better. And there was, I could stop pushing them away, but it was such a paradoxical thing. It was so hard to make that flip in my mind, to be like, oh wait, I can do a lot I could have done this a long time ago. But you have to forgive yourself and understand it's divine timing.
Yeah, I think a lot of the reason, from a psychological standpoint, when you're pushing people away, it's a lot of what it is that, there's a fear of rejection. And by intentionally or unintentionally pushing people away, you're at least, there's a sort of a lack of anxiety, because you at least feel, well, at least I'm in control of the rejection. At least I'm in control. Even if it's something that's negative, I at least have control over the social dynamic. And so I think that's kind of why a lot of people, you do that, because it's actually a fear of rejection, but you don't want to actually have someone, reject you outright. You want to feel like you're in the control of rejecting the person, so you don't get that initial sting of rejection, because you don't want to deal with the actual rejection. So yeah, that's some tough shit that's some tough stuff to hear, man. We all go through a lot of stuff in life, and
but
I feel for you, man.
It's just an example of like how it could be something completely absurd that you would never think could be the problem. That's
exactly.
It doesn't just come easy, and it's hard work to go through.
I think that's like something that we all do at some point in our life. Like, I was in an abusive relationship, and I sort of had resigned myself to being in a relationship where there was abuse, because I thought, well, I had to do it for such and such a reason. Yeah. I figured it was necessary to protect my boy. Not that it was, but it was an excuse I was making. And I suppose there's that egotism and arrogance, and there's a lot of number 5 in me too, overconfident. I was like, yeah, I'm fine, I'm tough, this won't affect me. I'm like, yeah, alpha male, all that nonsense. And so I put myself through this terrible window, and I ended up, like you say, Indy, pushing friends away, because I didn't want to like bring them down and say, yeah, well, this is what's going on in my life at the moment. It's okay, but it's like, it's not that cool, And namaste, Shequills. How are you? I hope you're well. Big love. So I can relate to that, Indy, what you're saying, where you don't do it intentionally. Like you'll make excuses for, like, I thought, like, maybe on one hand I was probably a bit embarrassed, and I didn't want to have to explain, no, well, I feel I have to do this because of this and this. And it's like, why don't you just like get rid of her? Well, she's not rational. Well, what's going to happen to my boy? She's going to take my boy off with her, and God knows what's going to happen. Where's he going to end up? So in my mind, I had all these rational reasons why I had to, and I was rationalizing that she's going through a postnatal depression and psychosis, and I'd obviously, being somebody that's schooled in psychology to a degree, I knew about these things and understood it and realized, well, this is something that happens, hormones and stuff. I figured it would all get better. There's that optimism in me, right? The eternal optimist. It's a lot of Jupiter in me too. If you look at my hands, you'll see the Jupiter all over there. Jupiter and the Sun and Mercury. So yeah, I can relate. And I think we often do that in phases of our lives. It could be for any reason. Like, I have a friend, she's done that. And I feel for her and I think about her often. And I know that she can't talk to me because whenever she's been with a man that's not healthy for her and is like a bit abusive towards her, she backs away, and I don't hear from her for a long time. And I sort of just understand. I was like, okay, give her space. It's her thing. But every time that she goes through this thing where, like, she probably doesn't want to tell me because she knows that I'll know and I'll figure it out, and I have a way of uncovering things when I talk to people, maybe, and I'll figure out, like, so what's going on with this guy? What's wrong with you? Like, why are you like this? You look sad. You look depressed. What's going on? It's gonna come out. Like, how's the conversations going with this guy? Oh, he swears at you. He raises his voice at you. Like, as a bloke, I can't help giving my opinion. Like, maybe he needs a clip on the back of the ear, you know, because you feel protective over your friends. And so, like, I can see a friend of mine being like this because she's in a relationship with a guy that can be a bit abusive sometimes. So I think we can have different reasons, but, like, I can completely relate to what you're saying, Indy. Maybe there were times when people were really mean and nasty to you.
Oh, yeah.
So that made you become like that. You know, it's interesting, isn't it? So I think this is the rational point where does a healthy ego, not being egotistical, and I think all three of us here are quite in tune with feminine energy, yeah, in different ways, like cosmic, you and me. So we've all got a lunar element, I would say, in us, in our personality, of being somebody that goes deep into the emotions, yeah, like into the arts, into the feelings. I do that with poetry and with music and stuff. It's I go in and I go into this emotional field. Now, once I go in there, the emotions just start, you know, I can cry a lot. And I never know why I'm crying. I don't have a reason. I'm like a proper bloke, yeah. No, I think it's feminine. It was a friend of mine that said once, women don't need a reason. I don't need a reason. I can just look at a sunset and start crying, and then I don't know why I'm crying, and it's just bubbling out of me. If I write poetry, I might cry. Sometimes when I sit and play music and write songs, you might not notice, but I'm crying while I'm singing. Yeah, and I don't even know why I'm crying. So I think, like, when you've got that kind of intense emotional energy, you can be going deep into the sublimative, impressionist part of the self. We can take a lot on ourselves. And I think that's that balance between the sun and the moon's energies. Yeah? When is the healthy point of ego expression? And where do the boundaries fit in? Drawing those healthy boundaries. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Boundaries.
I mean,
Do the boundaries we create between ourselves and others create boundaries between ourselves and aspects of ourselves?
I mean, definitely. I think part of the whole search is sort of figuring out what those boundaries are, because everybody's ego is different. You know, everybody has a unique soul. Everybody has a unique consciousness. So that answer to that question as to whether or not, you know, what is the healthy, you know, ego, it really depends on the ego. And I think, but I guess maybe really the metric, you know, whether or not you think of it moral, I think what we can at least do is to get somewhere authentic, something that's at least, like I said, it's really more a reflection of ourselves, and not at least get away from kind of all the cultural scaffolding that we've kind of, like, you know, imbibed from other people, and get to that more, you know, I think that's kind of like what's important too, is like having time that where you're in isolation. You know, one of the things I kind of realize about, you know, narcissism and the dynamic of sort of that narcissistic thinking and egotistical thinking is that in order to really be an effective narcissist, that's someone who's really narcissistic, you have to have a scapegoat of some sort. You have to have some external source of blame to put your problems on, because if you don't have that external source of blame, of blame, you've got this very fragile ego, and all that negativity is going to go on to yourself if you don't have someone to, press it onto somebody else. Like I use the analogy, like think of like an actual house versus a house of cards. If I have an actual built house with concrete and wood and, cement and insulation and all the stuff you need to build a house is, if I go off on vacation, I can just leave that house there. And if maybe like a thunderstorm or something like that, that house is still going to stand. But if my house is a house of cards, or something as fragile as a house of cards, then I'm going to have to be standing in front of that house of cards 24/7 to make sure that nothing knocks it down. And I think that's kind of how we are with like egotism. When you have a fragile ego, you then have to spend your entire time guarding that ego from people trying to attack it and take it down, hence building up that sort of that perfectionist image. So I think that when it comes to, a healthy ego, I think what we need is an ego that's actually reflective of who we are as people. I think that's really a good place to start with healthiness, and sort of get away from, illusions, and get away from, feeling that you got to be somebody else, or you have to take on some sort of cultural ideal, or what other people, expect from you, and to get away from all that kind of baggage. And I think that if you can allow yourself to really just be yourself, even if that self is flawed, even if if you can at least start with a place of honesty, then you can actually discern what the actual problems and issues that you have, and you can grow on them. So I think a healthy ego is an honest ego. I mean, I don't mean honest in the way where, because I know some people, they use honesty as an excuse for cruelty. Like they'll say some really like terrible, mean thing and something horrible, and they'll just be like, well, I'm just being honest. It's okay for me to say those terrible things because I'm just trying to help you out. And that's a really kind of like a manipulative. I think that's because I think, because I know I was listening to like James Lindsay the other day, and he came up with this interesting word that I never heard. Which is called poltering. And what poltering means is you're using truths to basically create a lie. So you're creating a lie out of actual sort of true things. You're taking things that are true, but you're skewing them in a way to create a narrative that actually points towards something false. Like when it comes to, so I guess that's why I'm kind of like clarifying when it comes to honesty, because I know sometimes I think there's also that kind of false honesty where we use the guise of honesty as an excuse to attack or be malicious. So it was like, I guess that now they think about, that's not really true honesty. But I think to really sum up your question, Shaman, is what is a healthy ego? I think that a truly honest ego, an ego that's actually reflective of who that person is in actuality, is what a healthy ego entails.
Yeah, I think that is a fairly good summary of what is a healthy ego would be a balanced, I think, striving towards balance, not too self-obsessed, not too self-indulgent, not too focused on other people, not too focused on ourselves. A little bit of focus on ourselves, a little bit of focus on other people, finding that common ground, because other people are a reflection of ourselves, or they will reflect us back at us, is probably a better way of putting that. And we will then reflect other people back at other people. So being honest enough to speak your mind, I think, is important. Not being too afraid of hurting other people's feelings, but being conscientious of that middle ground. Like you say, why am I saying this? Like, what is the purpose of what I'm saying? Sometimes I say things that people don't want to hear, and I have to do that. It's part of my job. Like, I have clients that come to me, and like, I've got to be honest, and they're asking me, like, to be honest, and I'll get perceptions and intuit things, and I'll have to tell them what I think, and it's not always what people want to hear. But then that's where it comes down to what you're saying, Cosmic. am I saying it in a way to be hurtful, or am I considering how I say it? Am I saying it in such a way that it's constructive? Like you could say to someone like, here's an example. You could say to someone, you're too noisy. You're talking too loud. Or you could say to someone, you know, I noticed that when you speak softly, you seem to carry so much authority, you know? Like you could say it from a negative or a positive way and say the same thing in a non-hurtful way where someone can go, oh, that's interesting. You know, you could say to people that, like I'm always saying to my son, like I'm standing right next to you. Don't shout at me. Like he's so loud, right? Try to teach him to modulate his sound. And sometimes I catch myself falling into the negative trap. Like, you know, instead of saying to him, you know, if you speak more softly, you'll speak more clearly. And people are more likely to understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You see, that's the same thing as you're speaking too loud. People aren't going to listen. They can't hear what you're saying. It's the same thing, really. Is a glass half full or half empty, and so we can say things in a positive or a negative way. And I think it's really important that we learn to be like really authentic. But like you say, Cosmic, like people can be hurting, and what you say, this haltering idea, that's an interesting concept. Using truths to lie. I think I've seen this a lot. And I used to be pretty good at this when I was young. I was really good at it, scarily good at it. And I noticed, like, you know, I always used to pride myself that I didn't lie. I went through school like this. I went through, you know, like I would tell just enough of the truth, just enough of the truth, and then just enough of another truth. And so that like people draw their own conclusions. And then later on they say, I didn't say that. I said this and I said this, you know? So I see where you're coming from, Cosmic. That is something that I had to like watch myself for. I still have to watch myself sometimes. I think that that's where being completely true is important. Like where you have to be 100% authentic and honest with people, even if it's like things that might be negative that they don't want to hear. I think it was Big Gaz that was saying he's a good guy, but he's not a nice guy. Is that what you were talking about, Big Gaz? You're a good guy, but you're not a nice guy, you know? And sometimes we can't be the nice guy, but then sometimes people will do that. Like you were saying earlier, near the beginning. Oh, sorry, Gaz. It was Vince that said that. Was it Vince that said it? Okay, I got
Vincent
mixed up. Who
said
said
that.
it? Yeah. I saw it in the chat earlier, and you guys were having a banter about it. But I do get the sense that you know, it's very easy to get lost in our own lies when we aren't completely honest with ourselves. So I think that haltering is something that we do to ourselves. And it's interesting that the word haltering is used. I mean, I've never come across that term before. I didn't know
me
it was such a
neither.
word.
It's an obscure one. Poltering is what it's.
Poltering or haltering?
Poltering with a P.
I thought it was haltering, like with a horse halter. Okay, I have no idea how that word even came to be. Or maybe it's somebody just using a word that they've invented. I have to meditate on that. I think words are important, that we use the right word. Because what would I consider that as? I would consider that as being glazing.
It's almost
I
like
would call that glazing. You know, glazing?
pole turning, like turning poles.
I would call it glazing, like when you glaze a cake
Yeah.
with icing. And it looks like icing, but when you break it away, it's actually something else underneath. just glazing the truth over, just enough of the truth, like a glazing of truth, so that you can't see what's underneath that truth, which is what people are going to assume is what you've put on the top, but actually underneath it's a completely different thing.
Yeah, I
So
think
yeah, I think that that's a big deal, and I think that when it comes to the shadow work itself, I think that that's like a big part of the shadow work. This is why we need to use diaries, yeah, because we need to get a feedback loop. Do you use a diary? Have you used a diary, Cosmic?
I used to a long time ago, but not so much anymore. But I think, but why this is important, this concept, because I think when you're talking about, like, how society influences when it comes to what I realize when it comes to brainwashing. What really radicalized people into brainwashing is not the lies, it's the truths that they sprinkle into the ideology. That's what really that's the meat, that's the hook that really sinks you into being controlled into certain brainwashing processes. Because I think about, like, any kind of, like, belief system that, like, it's kind of like, maybe they'll be saying something like, they'll tell you to do something bad or terrible, but say, oh, but if you don't do this, the starving children in this country are going to suffer and you're going to feel guilty about it, and you start to think about, like, real things and those real concerns, that it's kind of like they take something real that's true and they sort of hijack it, and basically saying that you can't accept this truth unless you also accept this lie that I created. And because people need that particular truth, they take the lie because they value that truth so much, and they don't understand that that particular truth can be decoupled from said lie. So I think that's kind of like, when you think about words, where we're talking about, like, truth, right? I think maybe what I'm thinking here is that it's not so much that there's just truth in what we say, but there's also truth and falsehood behind the energy in which we put those words into form. So, like, you might be saying, truthful statements, but your heart might be lying. You see what I'm getting at here? Like, there's a sort of, like, there's true and false, intellectual, statements and ideas and concepts. But I think in terms of feeling, this is also part of authenticity, and that sort of that spiritual center of, like, are these coming from an authentic place of emotion, or is this coming from some kind of irrational anger or fear? And so it's like you could say something true, but the energy behind those words is false.
I think that's so on point. What is going on there, Indy? Are you? I see
Yeah,
you.
wasp problem.
No, there's just a couple house flies bugging me. Hey, so I wanted to mention, as far as like a healthy ego, I would think that a truthful ego wouldn't necessarily be healthy, because to me the ego is the delusion of separation, which is necessary for, like, civilization. Be civilized. But a healthy ego would be like compassionate or empathetic ego. If we're entertaining the delusion that others are separate from us, much like God is separate and outside of ourselves and not part of ourselves, then it enables different things for us. We can then use them as a scapegoat for our own problems, and we can sometimes, it enables us to disrespect them, because they're not ourselves, they're not part of ourselves, and we don't see ourselves as part of the whole. We see ourselves as an island, and they're an island. And so, if we're being empathetic and trying to understand that island and being compassionate to it, then that's a healthy ego. Unless you're being a doormat and you're trying to be overly giving. And then on the flip side of that, a healthy ego would be if you're coming from trying to not be overly compassionate. A healthy ego would be an ego that is, I would think, not defensive, but able to be protective of themselves in a gregarious demeanor. So if you have like a good mood and you're able to not feel vulnerable, then you're in a good place. But if people can get under your skin or you're in a bad demeanor, then it's easier for people to kind of pick at you. But at the same time, if you're in an overly good mood, Cosmic said earlier, if you're like doing really well, you know, a lot of people are going to get pissed off and jealous. So that can be an issue as well. But it's probably a good place to be if you had to be in any of the places. Unless you're really trying to fit in, then, you know, that's a wholly different situation.
But I think what you're talking about, Indy, I think there's also another like element at play in terms of like the ontology of the self. Whereas I think sometimes people, I think one of the reasons they latch on to the individual self is because they're afraid of losing themselves to a group dynamic or kind of having no sense of individuality whatsoever. I think that the way I'm looking at it lately, like I think there's a compromise that can be made, because I've been kind of like, when it comes to like free will, I've kind of taken on this new position where I kind of believe in semi-free will. I think there's part of ourselves that we have control over and we have will over. And then there's part of us that's kind of more influenced by God, the universe, other people, etc. And I think that in addition to that kind of selflessness we're talking about, I think if we become too selfless and we become too altruistic and too unfocused on our own desires and needs, I think we can actually start to become resentful of other people. It's a lot of people that when they become too altruistic, they become resentful. They kind of lack a backbone, because it's almost like, and the problem is when you become too altruistic, you then rely on sort of like the group to validate you rather than individual self. So like you say, it's like, it's a balance thing. So I think that you got to kind of give your ego a little bit of candy. You got to give the horse some carrots to feed on and make it kind of happy, and then it won't, try to kick the other horses, so to speak. Right. And with like, because I think individuality is important, but I think it's also important to recognize that we are part of an ecosystem. I think that's kind of the way I look at it with my faith system. Like, because you talk about like, islands, like people being islands, but I think of like, you got to think of it like a forest. But you think of a forest isn't just like one monolithic thing. There's so many things going on. You've got trees, you've got, shrubs, you've got insects, you've got, different types of animals, you've got flowers, you have rocks and streams flowing. You have all these different little individual variables that are important for the rest of the thing. And I think in addition to being part of something, I think it's also helpful to not feel alien, to recognize what unique gift are you able to kind of give the rest of the collective? Like what function, what in the sort of the body of humanity, what organ are you? What, are you the heart? Are you the lungs? And I think recognizing your role and having that, who you are. And I think you can kind of feel like you're part of, like, you feel like I'm bringing this unique aspect to the team, And I think honestly, when it thinks of my life, I think it's more, I've always valued being unique over being number one, as long as I feel like because I think that's the thing too. It's like we're all distinctive. We all bring something different to the table. And I think we have to remember that. And I think that when we realize what our gifts are and we embrace our uniqueness in a healthy way, we can then integrate that with other people and their concepts, and we can create, a thriving community where people get along and we can feel a sense of interconnection. And I think that, maybe like I'm thinking about like cults, for example. I think the problem with a lot of cults is that you have this group dynamic where you're going along with people, but because you're being told what to do, what to say, what to think, what to feel, you're not really bringing anything unique into that space. And if you do bring something unique, you're often chastised or excommunicated from the cult. So I think that in a way, there's a weird paradoxical nature that the way to overcome selfishness is to sort of embrace and accept the fact that that we all do have selfish tendencies, that we need to, you know, take care of ourselves. And I think that if you can kind of recognize and be honest about your selfishness, you can kind of be aware of it and work around it. I think it's when, ironically, like I was kind of saying before with like egotism, it's like truly, if you think about people you've met in your life, truly the most selfish people are people who do not admit they are selfish. They will completely deny any selfish aspect. They think, oh, look at me. I did all these things for you. I'm this great person, even though they're totally abusing you, manipulating you. And they have no idea because and the irony is that by denying that they have selfish tendencies, it just makes them more selfish. And because it goes completely unchecked. So I think that, you know, some level of selfishness is kind of healthy for the collective.
Yeah, this is coming to what I was sort of getting to earlier when I was talking about boundaries and like the range between a healthy amount of egoism, right? So the right amount of ego, self-expression, I, and the right amount of impressionable, taking from you. What I get from you, the moon, lunar, taking in, and what the sun, give out from me, ego, expression, self-expression. And I think that, like, what you were talking about now, Cosmic sort of puts that into perspective beautifully when it comes to the idea of the collective, and are we all one or am I an individual? I think when I am just an individual, there's something wrong. When we are all just one, there's something wrong. I think we all have to be one group of individuals, if that makes sense. And in that oneness of all of us. So this has got to do with the personal boundaries. When do personal boundaries apply to interpersonal boundaries? The boundaries that we have within ourselves of how I will and won't behave. I had an impulse to say this to this person, but if I said that, I'm going to hurt their feelings. So let me put that boundary down. Let me think about what it is I want to say. Let me try and get the message across to them without necessarily hurting their feelings. That way, it's a useful communication. They might actually learn something from it, and I might not feel bad having said something that hurts them. So there's that balance of like somebody said, the difference between truth and honesty. Yeah, but we can be truthful and honest. We've just got to find that middle line. And I think another thing, what about narcissists and sociopaths? Like if we're too open to everybody, that openness of being that number two, that impressionable person, right? That's going to take that lunar energy in, which is essentially an overextension of empathy. So you have an overextension of empathy, and the leader also relates to ego, relates to self-expression, really. So you've got self-expression and you've got empathy. And too much self-expression makes you completely an individual. Too much empathy makes you just part of a collective, right? Where is that balance? Where is the line? Narcissists are attracted to people that are just totally empathic. Why? Because they can get away with what they're doing. And then whoever the people are that are being attracting narcissists, will then end up in a dynamic where the narcissist will do what they do and then try and railroad the victim of the narcissism, right? And then try and turn it into the other person being the one who's somehow in the wrong. And so there has to be a certain sense of boundaries, does there not? What do you think about this? And I think this is like Cosmic's open like a beautiful point, like, where does being in the oneness put us so vulnerable and open that we can attract a narcissist to our door? And when does not being vulnerable and open enough make us so secluded that we're going to become an egotist, possibly a narcissist? What an interesting concept. What do you think, Indy? Where's that balance of boundaries? And should we be concentrating on placing boundaries? Because what I've noticed is when I place boundaries between myself and other people, on some level, I'm placing a boundary within myself. I don't like boundaries. I've never liked boundaries. Like, I don't like fences. I didn't like Israel because there's barbed wire everywhere. I'm like, bloody hell, barbed wire on boundaries? Like, I always thought fences were made to be climbed over as a child, right?
Mhm.
I was like, there's a fence in your way. What do you do? You climb over? You know, Israeli kids don't get to do that because it's all barbed wire. It's like, but I do think, like, when we create those boundaries, we put inner boundaries. So where's that balance?
I feel like it gets to a point where with the narcissist and sociopaths that they get to a point where they're in full denial of their own wrongdoing. So as long as you can take some accountability, you're in a lot more better balance than that, because it's a self-denying loop. If you're never able to see your problems, you can't work on them. You can't realize it. So it takes a lot of work to get there. But once you can admit one mistake that you do, it can expand from there. It's a much better place. Now, you might be in a really toxic place where you can admit a couple of like little things that you do, but you do a lot of like really bad things. That's not a good place. That's a terrible place to be. So, there's different levels of it, but I feel like as long as you have some amount of empathy yourself and compassion and accountability, you can eventually come around to start to better yourself and work on your problems, realize what they are.
What about the other side of the fence? The people that are being preyed on by narcissists.
I think on the other side of the fence, you're kind of being an enabler unless you can establish boundaries. If you can say, unless you're willing to walk away from these toxic relationships and start to realize that you're gravitating towards something toxic in the first place, and start to go for something that might not be your type and start to have a new type, which might not be, fun. But some people might need to work on starting by establishing some kind of a boundary. And it might not necessarily need to be that you have to walk away from the relationship because of the boundary. It might just be something more functional, lesser.
Yeah, I think the problem with narcissists too is that people. I think the reason people get stuck with narcissists is that they have this illusory idea that they can fix them, that I can somehow cure the narcissism, I can show them compassion, but it doesn't work. Like, if you really, the problem with narcissists is they don't admit they have a problem. What are you talking about? I'm not a narcissist. I'm a perfectly good person. I'm humble and wise, and I count my faults just like you. They'll just lie about stuff and say that they're this humble person, but they'll never, because really for a narcissist to true, they have to admit they have a problem, which is pretty much antithetical to the nature of narcissism. And I think the other thing you also have to consider with people who have that narcissistic cluster B is that a lot of the times people become that way is because they usually have parents like that, and they tend to adopt those behaviors. And they think about it, if you have somebody who, you're used to being, yelled at and criticized all the time, anytime somebody tries to criticize you, it might bring up that trauma again of your, abusive parent, like yelling at you. And so anytime you hear any kind of criticism, you assume it's a personal attack. And the sad thing is, in order to cope with a lot of that narcissistic abuse, is that they take on the narcissistic characteristics themselves. Really, in a lot of ways, it's like a kind of a shield. It's a guard. It's a kind of tortoise shell that you sort of like hide yourself in to avoid people. And I think one of the things you have to realize when it comes to like dealing with narcissists is sometimes like you just have to cut them out of your life because, you know, really there's certain people I think only God can fix them. You know, we like to think that, you know, that's another part of like, you know, understanding limitations and boundaries is, you know, thinking that we're like Jesus or Buddha and we can show people the light and compassion and realize that no, like they have to figure that out for themselves. They have to make that conscious choice to decide to be a good person, decide to hold themselves accountable for their actions. And if they don't, no amount of therapy is ever going to really get through to them. They're just going to kind of suck it up into and just make their ego even worse. So I think really understanding those boundaries and understanding that you really can't change somebody who's in those ways, I think is very helpful for people who are dealing with narcissists. And if you kind of can understand it, you realize like, oh, this is just a narcissist doing their delusions to kind of, you know, I think the other thing too is you got to realize, like, because we talk about all the projection stuff, that a lot of what they're saying about you is really something that they can't accept within themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, they're probably not see it.
Quote of the day. There are some people that only God can fix. I love that. Please carry on, Indy. Sorry, Indy, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just
That was good.
That's meant that goes on a meme somewhere.
You know, it comes with like humility that's hard to earn for people that are in those shoes. You know, to find humility requires like hitting rock bottom and like needing to want to change and be better. And
yeah, it requires vulnerability for sure, which is what I think that to me is another aspect of narcissism, is an inability to allow yourself to be vulnerable. It's like I will avoid being vulnerable at all costs because I think, you know, that's another thing that when we're talking about culture, I think this is another thing that we really need to discuss is that it seems like we kind of there's a lot of people out there who try to teach that vulnerability is a weakness. You know, I think probably the worst offender of this are kind of like the hardcore feminists who think that, you know, being vulnerable means that they're like submissive or weak or pushovers, and we have this wrong. But really, vulnerability takes tremendous strength and humility. It's like, to me, it's like one of the most like noble traits a person can really have besides something like empathy. Because I think too, empathy requires a lot vulnerability. We have to be vulnerable in order to really feel and experience other people's pain. If we don't allow ourselves to be vulnerable, then we can't really cultivate empathy, you know?
Yeah, I think that's very much on point. You know, vulnerability is the key. Looking into that vulnerability and being able to accept it. I think that's what humility is. Accepting vulnerability. And accepting that with vulnerability comes fallibility. And accepting that we make mistakes. And accepting that that's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. So our mistakes shouldn't be held against us. Other people's mistakes shouldn't be held against them either. Isn't that like fundamental to the Lord's Prayer? You know, lead us out and deliver us. Forgive those that trespass against us as we forgive those that trespass against us. Yeah? Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those that trespass against us.
Yeah.
And I think there's that like key, like you mentioned it, Indy, forgiveness. Yeah? I think it was you, one of you guys mentioned. I don't know, I could be confused. Sorry if I am. But these conversations go on a while. we on a unicycle here. But I think that key forgiveness is like such a powerful thing. But like we say with the narcissist, that can work against you. Isn't that ironic? Look at the little Platzi. Aye. He looks like a gangster. I
Yes,
got my gangster jewelry on. Gonna be a little gangster. Snoop the dog, Snoop, Snoop. Oh, look at that little face. Aye. Little
Stunt.
Henry's also got a very interesting face. He's a Pekingese. He's got this face, but he's so cute. Like he pulls these little faces. And interesting the faces that doggies pull. You, it's funny when a dog pulls its face, right? Like he knows we're talking about him, right? And you'll see, look at that little face, hey? His little ears will move normally, like they moved earlier. Little ears will go like doink. And like the whole facial expression you see with the dog's face. There, look, look at the little ears. Those little ears move back like that. It's like the equivalent of a smile. So dogs smile with their ears. Isn't that interesting? But yeah, I think vulnerability is really the key. And I think that narcissists can't touch us unless we're repressing ourselves. What do you guys think? Like
That's definitely true. Like if you kind of like, if you have insecurities, they'll poke out those insecurities because they insecurity is their whole world. So it's almost like they're experts on insecurity and how to push your buttons and manipulate because they have those same pains and triggers within themselves. Kind of like a weird dark empathy if you think about it.
yeah, I would say. Sorry, what were you saying, brother?
I just wanted to say, yeah, I agree with that. What you said, right on. That you can't repress one unless they repress themselves to begin with.
Yeah, and I think that's what the shadow is. Like what we were saying earlier, you know, the shadow is the self that's repressed when we're trying to be something we're not meant to be, and or when we're trying to be who we think we ought to be, or who we think we want to be, or who we think we need to be. Like I fell into the trap when I became a father, right? Of I now need to play the role of a dad. I need to play the role of a dad. And so I took on the role of playing the role of a dad so much that like part of me wasn't being me. I was so focused on playing the role of the dad. Look, my son's mom had it too easy. My mom said to me, you were spoiling her. Like I basically made sure that she was just like every whim that she could think of, I fulfilled it. Right? She liked flowers. There were always flowers in the house. Every room, the living room, the bedroom, and the kitchen always had flowers in the house. It was just, I just made sure I just got flowers all the time. Flowers. So like food, I was cooking for her all the time. She liked that restaurant. I'd order that restaurant in a few times a week, 3-4 times a week if she wanted, whatever she wanted. Anything she could think of, I made sure that I worked and had made enough money to like just, she didn't have to do a thing. I had like a lady coming in to do help with the house like every single day, all full time basically. And I was like just, you know, these emotional things, I was just all the time there for whatever her whims could imagine. And I think that in doing that, I left a part of my own authenticity behind, and I started to become too obsessed for her joy and her happiness because I thought that that's what being a father is. And then you can become too obsessed with making another person happy to the point where they now become unhappy because there's nothing wrong. And now they have to look for something wrong. And so, you know, in my situation, I was then being called a cheat. Like there must be another woman. Why must there be another woman? I don't know. Like, so that then became the whole, like the narrative that I was facing of being like labeled as somebody who's got another woman and I'm a cheater and stuff, because they needed something to be wrong because they weren't happy. So when we become too what's the word, too engrossed in creating happiness for another human being, I think we don't serve them. What do you think about that? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think so. It comes from a good place, but as they say, good intentions can pave a road to hell. So you have to, in a lot of ways, have that equality in a relationship of give and take. And if the person is just taking, a lot of people might appeal to that if they just trying to give. But it's just like really depleting after a while if the person that is exploiting that person is relentless and they don't know when to stop and they just push it too far. It happens a lot, and especially with the mother's wound. It's usually the man that feels superior and privileged and born privileged, the male privileged world. The women feel inferior in a subservient world where they're meant to serve. So
Yeah, I was thinking about just now. I don't remember the name of this bird. I think it's called a cuckoo. I could be wrong, but there's this one bird that will basically put its eggs into another bird's nest, and that other bird will raise those eggs. The baby will be like 3 times larger than like the mother, and it'll just be like feeding it all the time. I think that when it comes to giving to people, I think there should also be a sense of they should give something back. I don't mean that in this kind of like, conditional love or like whatever, but I think that if they're not making any efforts to give anything back to you at all, it kind of shows a lack of gratitude on their part, because I think that with anything, there's always there's give and take and back and forth. And I think a sign that you're probably being too generous is if you're constantly giving something to someone and they never give you like anything in return. They don't even make an attempt to give it. And I understand maybe they'll give something small, maybe you're kind of going overboard with it, and because maybe they're not as as personality driven as you are, maybe they won't give you as big of a bouquet of flowers as you, but you at least can understand there's at least an attempt to give back. And so I think that when it comes to when we give people, we should make sure that it's not just a one-sided dynamic where we're just feeding a black hole that just constantly devours everything we feed it. It should give some things back at least every once in a while, So I think that's a good kind of like litmus test for that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that's so on point. And like I always had what would be called a Christ complex, right? A savior complex in my life. My first marriage was a savior complex. Like, I'll save you. I'm Papa the Sailor Man. Da, 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 da. That was like the story of Franklin. And I learned my lesson when I became a father of like, wow, that was when I decided, you know what? I'm happy to be celibate for the rest of my life. I'm just done with relationships with women. Like, I'm just so done. Like, I don't want to save anybody. Like, just stay away. And that was when I got into a healthy relationship where, like, the person doesn't, they don't want to be saved. And I was like, this is quite cool. Like, I don't have to save anybody here. I don't have to, it's a balanced thing of two-way street. And I think like there's the danger and something you said, out tuition, which really like, I think good intentions never lead to heaven though. one must have good intentions sincerely because there is no other option. I think that's so fundamentally true. And, I agree with it. And I would add to it, though, that those good intentions can also become like a chain on the neck. And I always thought that, like, I had to enact these good intentions. I had to live them out, like, 'cause this is my mission, whatever. And I realized, like, sometimes, like, we shouldn't have intentions. We should just be ourselves, be true. And that way the shadow finds a resolution. I think, like what you're saying, Cosmic, when there is no reciprocation, no reciprocity. Is that right? Reciprocity. Yeah. When there is no reciprocity, then one does need to look at it, flag it up, and call it out, and sit down with the person and go, I'm noticing a lack of reciprocity. Does this mean that we're not on the same frequency and that I need to, like, walk another way? Or does it just mean that you haven't been conscious and cognizant of how this thing is working? What do you think? What do you think's best? And, like, just approach someone and look them in the eye and say, this is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm thinking. What do you think? And maybe sometimes they'll be like, oh, wow, I never really realized that. You're right. Sorry, I didn't think about it. Because I think in life we can become jaded, all of us, at different times. And we might not notice what's going on because we can be so caught up in our own thing. And that is an interesting thing. Like, I tend to want to be very protective of my friends. It's like a natural instinct. Indy's doing a workout regime. Oh, bless Indy. Indy's working it, man, working it. I tend to want to, like, be generous and protective, and it's like part of my who I am. And I think I got it from my dad, so it's a genetic thing, Though finding that balance, like you say, I've often in my life felt that I'm very lucky. And people have always been very... Is that my little boy? Where's the time? 8:50 p.m. Yeah, I'm going to have to put him in bed in a minute. I have to keep eye on what's going on here. So I do think that I'm going to be with you in a minute, Josh, but for now, get yourself ready for bed. Brush your teeth. So I'm going to carry on talking now. He's explaining why it's so late. He's been eating cookies and tea and this and that and Red Bush tea. It's not caffeine. He's 8. He doesn't use that. But yeah, so I do think that we need to have that sort of cognizance because it's important. And especially when it comes to emotional context, like, for example, somebody was telling me a while ago that they've got a relationship with someone that they're very close to. They're friends with them, but they're also work colleagues in a sense, and they're connected in many ways through social networks, and that this person always comes to them and unloads, right? And tells them, like, oh, this is what's going on in my life, and tells them all their problems all the time. And that person doesn't really want to listen to their problems, right? So there's this kind of currency as well. And some people are good listeners. So people will come and they'll tell you their problems. And, like, if you talk about your stuff, they'll be like, oh, yeah, brush it over, and then back to their stuff again. That's all they can talk about. We've all made that error at some point. Some times in my life when I've been going through a lot, I've been more expressive. Right? There are times in our lives when things are good and we're less expressive, we're more impressed. But I think maintaining some kind of a balance is really healthy because we can all become vomiteers. Like I often explain to my child, right? I say to him, if you carry on like this, I'm going to get you tights. You're going to put underpants on the outside. Going to get you a nice pink tight top. Going to put a nice big brown V on and give you a cape and call you the Vomiteer. You know, it's a little running joke I got with my boy when he gets like that, when he wants to moan and complain about everything that's wrong. What do you guys think about that? About just moaning and dredging up and complaining about what's wrong, having an ear to talk to. Does that reinforce the shadow, or does that disempower the shadow? What are your ideas?
I kind of wanted to jump onto something you said earlier, Franklin, about how the idea that you kind of are living up to this Messiah complex. And I'm starting to think about these Messiah archetypes that our culture sort of, we admirize, your Jesus, your Buddhas, whatever yogic monk, whoever achieved some kind of siddhi or did some kind of compassionate act. And we spend our entire lives, are comparing ourselves to these perfect messianic figures. And we try to think of that we want to be like these messianic figures. And I think in the same way that somebody who, maybe they want to be really good looking, maybe they want to be really rich, maybe they want to be really physically strong, maybe they want to be a really good athlete, maybe they want to be really good at something. And I think in that same sense, I think there's some people who want to be really spiritual. I'm not just compassionate, I'm the most compassionate. I'm not just forgiving, I'm the most forgiving person. There's these people who think of themselves as these Messiah figures. And sometimes I kind of think to myself, like, do these archetypes of these messiahs do more harm than good? Because I think in the context of the shadow, I think you can demonstrate that there are some harms that come from this, because when you want to think of yourself as Jesus, you're not going to accept the parts of yourself that maybe are a little more satanic, a little bit more darker, because you want to deny that part of yourself. Because I want to be like Jesus. I want to be like the enlightened Buddha or whatever. And by admiring these perfect messianic figures, maybe we do a disservice to self. And I think that might be another big aspect of shadow denial, is looking up to these messianic archetypical figures. I think there's just so many people in history who have this messianic complex. I'm thinking, like, for example, like Charles Manson, these people who think they're like, I'm Jesus and Satan combined, baby. Yeah, I'm Charles Manson. I'm the speaker of the people. These people who are just like that. And I wonder, like, and I actually don't really know the answer to this, as these figures, these archetypes, these messiahs. Like, I think there's, in a lot of a sense, people will say that, there are these figures that inspire us, help us make better decisions, they become a role model. But I think at the same time, there's also this kind of idolization of these messiah figures, and this sort of desire to want to be like them, to the extent that we start denying parts of ourselves because we become so attracted to these religious figures. Like, oh man, Jesus is so cool, he's so compassionate, I want to be like Jesus. But in the process of wanting to be like Jesus, you're denying a lot of real parts in yourself, and a lot of actual faults and imperfect parts of yourself. So, and I think when it comes to like perfection, I think that this has been something that's going on for a long time with a lot of these religious figures. I think when it comes to, I think maybe what I'm going down here, when it comes to spirituality and the kind of people that we revere and venerate, I think there's a responsibility that comes with that as well, so that you use these people as sort of like maybe guideposts, but you don't try to pretend that you're Jesus yourself. And I think some people, they get lost in the Messiah complex, and then they just kind of like, maybe in a lot of ways, maybe that Messiah complex is the true rejection of the shadow. It's a kind of like this sort of Luciferian declaring your God kind of thing. So I think if we're going to talk about, things that obstruct the shadow, I think that's an important element that needs to be put into the discussion.
I'm going to have to go in 2 minutes, just for like 3 minutes, to get him into bed, tuck him in, let him say his little prayer, let him get into his chill. He likes saying his prayer, and I'm all for it. Like, positive affirmation is definitely a great way to re-educate the self in terms of reprogram ourselves with positive thought forms and words. But I agree with you, like look at how many men in black dresses, right? They follow that guy who just passed away. In South Africa, we call someone a pop when they're a bit dim. Add an E onto that, you got the Pope, right? So the men in black dresses, how many of them have touched children in ways that nobody should ever touch a child? And I think that has got to do with this. Like when you live up to an ideal that's unreasonable, yeah, then what one can only do is to repress a part of oneself into the unconscious and start to try and become something else, right? And that pushes the shadow deeper into the unconscious, and it pushes deep denial of like my animal instincts, right? So to be celibate for one's whole life, I don't know how healthy that is. Like to be celibate is a good thing. I've been celibate at times in my life. It was great. But when I wasn't celibate, boy, was I celebrating. My point is like there's that healthy balance of I am an animal. I do have animal desires and needs, but I'm not just an animal. I'm more than an animal as well. And I can regulate these desires and these requirements and these needs. And I can develop my will to be empowered to a position of being in the seat of control of my own actions and choices. Though I do think like what you're saying is so true about these unrealistic aspirations. And I think that this is probably where shadow self gains its most powerful engine, if we could say, is probably from religion, because people are trying to all be holier than thou, as the saying goes, and everybody's in denial of their dark impulses instead of like being open about it and looking at it. I think what we're getting here too is like really the heart of the shadow problem. And I've got to go and tuck my little boy in. So I'll leave it at that for a moment. If Indy comes back, maybe I'll wait until Indy comes back. And what else I would add to this as well is I think, now that religion is being pushed out of the way, what other archetypes are replacing the religion? I think there are worse things that are replacing than the religious figures. I'm not saying that those were good, but let's look at the heroes in Hollywood. These are narcissists.
Political activists. That's the new messiah.
You're talking about that little girl.
I mean, just like, well,
that little girl. Like, what are you doing on a podium, little girl? Like,
how dare you? You mean that little girl? How dare you? Yeah, like I think that because we have religion, we're becoming our own messiahs in a way. It's like I think that there's really something to this messiah complex thing, man. And I think it's manifesting itself more in a political dimension than it is in a religious dimension. But I think you can argue a lot of political philosophies are basically akin to a religion or a cult in a sense too.
As far as the Messiah complex, and when you're looking at like a Christ versus a Luciferian type of a complex or archetype, or a Yahweh versus a Luciferian archetype, I think as far as Lucifer, if you really examine it, really hell is like a really controversial subject when it comes to being relevant to religious doctrine. It's really not part of the doctrine, but Lucifer has really been scapegoated for a lot of the demonizations that were really accounted for by Yahweh. And Yahweh was the one that was doing a lot of things. Now, but what did Lucifer do? Lucifer was overly compassionate, wanted all of humanity to have
only goodness, did not want them to be able to make mistakes, and did not want them necessarily to have free will, because he didn't want them to be able to do wrong by accident. Wanted them to always have righteousness and goodness. And so he was cast out for his arrogance, to be able to say that he could make such a decision in the creation. And then he was punished. And so he was cast out into being the Lord of Earth. And this is the lower realm. And he was punished. So in a lot of ways, he in his own mind, he was trying to do the right thing, but he went beyond his capacity. And so he was punished for doing that, and he was unforgiven. In a lot of ways, the God that he served is represented as angry, judgmental, punishing, wrathful, and jealous. So when you look at that archetype and what that represents, there's a lot more transgressive traits involved in the God, Yahweh, or Jehovah, than there are in Lucifer. Now, people think Lucifer is responsible for temptation and enticement, but I think maybe they're gaining that from the story of Job, perhaps, where he was actually going to do things in service of Yahweh, to go tempt him and do these things. Now, it may be the case that he may have volunteered that and said, what if I were to do this? And we'll see how much he serves you. And so in that sense, the fact that he brought that up is an element of one of the transgressive elements of Lucifer, that he be willing to tempt people to test their piety or their excellence or whatever it is. So in a lot of ways, Lucifer is said to be arrogant and said to be challenging of people in such a way where it might put them into dismay. It might put them into a place where they're in danger, you know. But in a lot of ways, Lucifer is said to be the liberator. Lucifer is trying to liberate the people from the arrogance and the ignorance that's been pushed on them, and liberate them into the truth of understanding the difference between right and wrong. So in a lot of ways, Lucifer is trying to offer wisdom. Lucifer is trying to offer safety and goodness, but he goes about it in such ways that's questionable and not respecting authority. And so Lucifer doesn't respect authority. But what is authority? We really need to take authority from others. Do others really hold authority in universal law? I don't necessarily think so.
You know, I kind of have my own theory on this, and I think it ties back pretty much to the topic of the show. My sort of hypothesis or thesis, if you will, is that Satan or Lucifer is actually Yahweh's repressed shadow self. Now, if you think about God, you know, it gets to a point he creates angels, right, to serve him and do his bidding. But where does he get the idea from angels? God's own imagination, God's mind. If you think about these angels, in some sense, are a reflection of God's subconscious mind. So Lucifer, in a sense, is the aspect of God that God denies within himself, and he casts out and makes this kind of this external sort of figure. And that's kind of the way I look at it. I think it makes more sense because you think about it, God always portrays himself as being this sort of this perfect, all-knowing, compassionate being. Yet in the Bible, you see that he's jealous, he's wrathful, and, telling people to kill their sons and all kinds of crazy Old Testament stuff. But if you look at it from the lens of that, you have this being who thinks he's perfect, but then he takes those negative attributes out of himself and externalizes them into this devil figure. Then in my opinion, I think this archetype makes a whole lot more sense, because it's like why would a perfect, all-knowing God really be jealous of anything unless he's denying that aspect within himself and projecting that into an alternate being, a la Satan/Lucifer?
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Now, there could be a situation where the god might be humble and admit their faults, like kind of like the Mesopotamian gods, where like Gilgamesh was foolish and made mistakes and like left his elixir of immortality outside of the spring to go take a little bath, and then a snake came upon it and he lost his chance to become immortal from his foolishness. He made a mortal like mistake, and he was part mortal himself, being being 2/3 mortal, however that was ever possible. They could never really get the math figured out. But it's not like Yahweh was trying to be humble in these attributes. He was like, coming out in the 10 commandments, and you only have 10. The Egyptians had 42 laws of Ma'at. And then in the 10 commandments, a few of the first ones are like, only I am the God. Don't worship anyone else or listen to anyone else or follow any other doctrines. And, that's a little bit suspect, and when you consider the Gnostic angle, that this is like the demiurge Archon Yaldabaoth that's trying to do this. Like, in the words of Yaldabaoth, I am the only one and only God. Like, there's a lot of parallels there, and it seems like there's some questionable things involved. But John speaks of a different God in the Bible, where it's the God of creation, the God that created all of existence, the God that's all powerful and all present and all knowing. That's kind of a different God. And if depending on your interpretation of the Bible, there's a whole pantheon of gods that were spoken of, that were edited out of the Bible by Isaiah, like around 600 BC. And these may have been like gods that were here with us, that we had built temples for them and lived amongst us and instilled fear in us. And in a way, during that age, the Piscean age, where we were coming out of the previous age, which was, I think, Aries, if not Taurus, but that time was a very turbulent time for people, where they were struggling, especially in that region in Canaan. There was like a lot of struggling for scarce resources there, and they had to fight each other. The tribes had to kill each other off to be able to survive there. So for big giant gods to come around, whether they were large in stature or just large in power, to come around and instill fear in them, would put them in their place and put them in a place where they were able to come around to an understanding of like love thy neighbor and try to come to peace with each other and live in harmony and be giving and compassionate and merciful. So it's kind of like a flip side from where they were just taking and going to, the next place and taking what they could and killing who they could. It was kind of a compliment to what was going on in their time, to be able to come up with those kinds of like really strong urges towards compassion and towards harmony and mercy and stuff. It was a very big change from the Old Testament ways.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting when we look at the whole idea. I didn't hear everything that Cosmic was saying, but I was hearing the last little bits. Namaste. Is that Kirby 2.0? Is that KB or Kirby? Is it my eyes? Well, welcome. I hope you're good. I hope you're having an absolutely fabulous day. Yeah, I do smile a lot. They say smiling is a good thing to do. My dad used to smile even more. I feel lucky. I live by the beach and the mountain, and I get to spend a lot of time in nature. So I think it makes for a joyful disposition when you get to go to nature a lot, like every day. So yeah, looking at this whole Yaldabaoth story, and I do believe that the Yaldabaoth story is the same story. The Yahweh story, yeah, in the Old Testament. There's a lot of, like you was pointing out, Indy. There's a lot of insecurity there, right?
Yeah.
You would think that a God would be a little bit less insecure than that, right?
Right.
That's like, it makes me think that these were people that we're talking about.
Mhm.
Because, like, it makes me think, like, maybe we're talking about Enki and Enlil.
Yeah.
Because, like, those qualities, I think there's a lot of mixing up in those old stories that became canonized. Some stories were about people, and some stories were about concepts and metaphors. And I think they took all the books, and this was written by this one, which was a conceptual metaphor, and this was written about this one, which is a historical allegory. And I think they all just got sort of lumped together in one big book, and now that's the Torah. And there's no context for each of the books or the stories. Yeah?
Right.
Like, they say that who wrote the Torah exactly?
Well, Moses got the Ten Commandments, and then the Torah was written by, the many books of the prophets.
But there was never written. That's my point. They were verbally transmitted, and I think
Yeah.
the first copy of the Torah is am I right? Is it the 1000s, 900s, 1100s? It's within the last 1,200 years. Until then, there was no Torah. Didn't exist. But what there were lots and lots of stories
Yeah.
that were orally transmitted by the rabbis.
And it's
And
like
those were the stories that had been told by the prophets from ancient times, that had been remembered and retold, and it wasn't supposed to be written down. They only started writing it down recently. So in the point of writing it down, maybe the context, when a story's been told over and over and over and over and over again,
Game of
the
Telephone.
context shifts a little. Because, like, last time it was John that told it, then it was Bob, then it was Peter, then it was Anne, then it was, Philip. And by the time it gets to Paul telling the story, or Moses telling the story, it's not the same story as what Bill told Paul, that told, David, that told Michael, that told Moses. So, which is quite interesting, and so it's really difficult to actually put too much faith in that. It's like, we want to compare that. I find it really interesting that we're going to compare things that weren't written, that were vocal stories, to things that were literally written, right? Like, when we're speaking about those Sumerian cuneiform tablets, they were literally written more than 5,000 years ago. Literally written. So, those same stories seem to be the stories that were told for another 4,000 years verbally, and then they came out as the Torah.
Yeah.
To be rewritten at a later stage in this format, but they've been telling that story verbally for 4,000 years, like the story of the flood, right?
Yeah.
The story of
Genesis.
Carry on, brother.
In Genesis, maybe a retelling of the Enuma Elish, where they had 6 tablets of creation and the 7th tablet of review. And, they speak of things that are kind of obscure in the words that they chose to use in Hebrew in the Torah, but it's a little bit more clear in the Enuma Elish. What they're speaking of is that they kind of compare the stories of the gods to the actions of, like, the planets and the stars, and kind of there's associations with the various gods and goddesses with the various celestial bodies based on the actions that have happened. So like, for example, where the goddess of the creatrix goddess that created all of the created Anu and the following Anunnaki and all of the gods, she was destroyed by Marduk, and so it was said that, you know, she was the planet Tiamat that was then created, turned into the hammered bracelet, which we called the asteroid belt. So they said that her part of her upper waters hurtled into Earth and crashed into Earth and brought life to Earth. And it was done with the breath of God and or the word of God. And that was said to have been the moons that were stolen up from the ice giants as the dark star Nibiru crossed over the plane of the planets, the 8 planets. So then as it crossed again, the breath crushed Tiamat, and then the upper waters were hurtled into Earth to create life on Earth with the breath, and the word came first. So that stuff starts to make more sense when you look at the Enuma Elish, and it's understandable how that story was told orally over time and kind of changed and became somewhat obscure after a while. But in the Hebrew alphabet and language, there's a lot more meaning in each symbol of each word, let alone the words themselves. So there's a lot more meaning there that might not be able to be translated out that easy into translating word for word into Greek or to Latin from the Hebrew. That's lost there. But more was gained from translating from like Akkadian or Assyrian or Babylonian or Sumerian.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it seems like there's a lot of astrotheology going on here. You know, it seems like we're talking about Tiamat, Nibiru, planets, heavenly bodies, that there's some kind of a collision, that the collision causes a destruction, that destruction causes something to happen, that the earth comes to be here. From the other one, it seems that they're telling the same story. If you look at the Sumerian cuneiform, where they speak about how it was destroyed, they speak about the net being used to destroy it. Yeah. And not the Akkadian version, because in that version it's Marduk who does it, but Marduk hijacked an older story and put his name in it. But Marduk came later, right? Marduk was only born like way later. But in the original story, there's the dragon Tiamat, and she's like maybe the queen of the planet, but it was like a dragon planet. There were big creatures on that planet, like dinosaurs, what we call dinosaurs. And that planet was destroyed. Yeah. And in the destruction of that planet, like pieces of that planet went all over the show. Ice, water, it was a water planet. And obviously, imagine a chunk of that planet getting frozen and flying through space and being corroded as it goes through the hammered bracelet, which was it was much tighter. Before Nibiru came through and caused the flood, it was a much tighter thing. It would have been corroded by asteroids as it flew through space, wherever, and finally ended up like in an orbit around the sun, being pulverized and pulverized and pulverized until it could defrost and the water could be released out of the ice, and then it would create a field because of water's ability to polarize, right? Energy, the sunlight, and then it would start to get like a protective barrier around it, and by then I'm sure it would have been pulverized to the point where it was round. If you think about it.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that there would have been natural forces of erosion on the surface of this thing. right? Big forces. They would have been crazy, like speak about the waters separating and the mud and everything. It would have been like one big muddy
Yeah, I think
thing.
when they separated, like the lower waters started to crumble and separate, and just became the asteroid belt, just like the moons of Saturn kind of became their belts and things like that. But then the upper waters kind of went on a different trajectory path with the moon, and the moon stayed as it is and kind of like entered into our orbit and was captured by us. The moon has the same exact composition as the asteroid belt. And in the asteroid belt, there's a dwarf planet Ceres that's mostly water. So we know there was definitely a lot of water that came from there. And then a lot of that water was possibly an orb as it made its way, through part of the asteroid belt. If it had to separate and then re-emerge through the belt to cross that way, it may have been corroded, very well so, and then came through. They both had probably became orbs, and then once it crashed into Earth, Earth had to probably reform, and it might not have been as simple of a little slow tectonic shift of Pangea, like they say. There's two ways of seeing it: the uniformitarianism, where it's always very slow, slow progression of gradual things, or there's catastrophism, where something really humongous happened all at once, and things happen quickly and then reform, and then things can change over time. Things dramatic can happen to create what we have today instead of just a slow progression. And it's probably a balance of the two.
Yeah, I reckon there's something in that. I reckon there's something definitely, to be looked at here, and I think that like makes a lot of sense. And it seems to me that it's a logical, there must have been something like this on the go. And like you say, I believe that maybe Nibiru was heading for the hammered bracelet, and it was going to smash into everything, and maybe technology was used by Nibiru for all we know. Yeah? Like they had some pretty powerful technology. So maybe they sent an arsenal of huge, powerful bombs to just blast a gap in the hammered bracelet so that they wouldn't smash their planet to bits. Right?
That's probably
Like
the case.
if the Earth was heading towards an asteroid belt,
Yeah.
what would we do? What would we do? Everybody on Earth would be like, listen, this planet's going to be destroyed. Let's get all of our nuclear bombs, the entire arsenal, and launch them all at that place where we're going to go. And just smash the heck out of everything that's there. Create some humongous explosion that just drives everything out of the way so that there's just debris left for our natural our natural defenses to deal with. There'll still be asteroids falling out of the sky. There'll still be, but everything won't be destroyed, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like that's what we would do, isn't it?
It is.
It would be like an incredible world peace event, because all the countries would be like, well, we're all going to be wiped off the map unless we work together. Let's do an inventory of nuclear bombs and just get them all off the planet. We're shooting them all at that thing, basically. It's going to smash it. And in that process, you would cause a lot of stuff to come shooting out of the hammered bracelet. And that could have been why the hammered bracelet was broken up. How did the hammered bracelet become the asteroid belt? Because they speak in those old scrolls. So, like, it's just interesting. Like, we speak about the shadow, right? Like, if we repeat things to ourselves often enough, we will believe them. And which is why we got to be so careful of believing these old stories, because they are as dangerous as they are informative. On one hand, I think, but it's better to keep an open mind and go, well, it's interesting, instead of just like, no, because we don't know, and that it does seem to be evidence that there was another planet when we look up at this asteroid belt. Because where did it come from if it wasn't a planet that was destroyed?
Right.
Why is it just there? Why isn't it everywhere?
They just
What
said
made
it's
it be there?
just kind of gathered. It was just like a bunch of little things that happened to just gather there.
It was a gathering place for little things. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, if a
Crash-
planet blew up there, that would make sense.
Yeah, that makes more sense to me. You have to keep an open mind too. But I don't think stuff would gather up in rings like that. But could be possible.
So,
Improbable.
but it's interesting. Like, I think when it comes to these religions, they replace our own natural ability to ask questions and think like we are now,
Yeah,
because it's in the book. That's what it is.
exactly.
Instead of like, could be this, could be that, could be that. Yeah. You know, that whole adventurer idea of like keeping an open perspective, of looking at the evidence and trying to be balanced about it.
Yeah, I watched a podcast recently that was a good exploration and investigation into whether hell is even relevant in Christianity to anything that was ever written. And I've mentioned before, it is written into the Mormon Bible, which came much later. But anything from the time of Christianity's inception and the New Testament and before, there were some things that were apocryphal that was written about burning forever, apparently, in the apocryphal works, which were considered to be figurative. But there was never a place where you would go. The lake of
When
fire,
you mean the place, which place do you mean?
the place of hell.
Oh,
There's
okay. We're talking about what they called Tartarus. Tartarus.
Yeah, Tartarus was mentioned in the Greeks as a place where they brought Kronos to be imprisoned. Zeus brought him there. And it was like, it seemed to be like a place that was maybe in the stars. Like it wasn't in Hades where Pluto is necessarily, although it could have been. But they mentioned that, like, Eurydice and Persephone went to Hades, and like that's Pluto. So did they go out into the celestial bodies, into the gates of the solar system, where there were 7 gates of the 7 planets, or celestial bodies? Or did they had like 5 planets and 2 other celestial bodies, the moon and sun, in the Mesopotamian worldview? And they had 7 gates to heaven and 7 gates to hell. So there was a strong connection there. But there was never a tie-in with the underworld in Christianity. But they mentioned a lake of fire, which was a place, Gehenna, where they would burn trash near Jerusalem. I mean, it was a figurative mentioning of like your life become like a trash fire if you continue to transgress without repenting and changing your ways to become self-realized and be able to do good for one and all. But there was a good exploration on that. There's never really been found to be much evidence of anything, but they found that in the medieval times, that's when the creation of hell actually came into the preaching of the doctrine. It was from after the invasion of the barbarians across the Danube that overtook the Roman Empire, and then the following Dark Age or medieval times that ensued, that they created the idea of hell because they were trying to get the barbarians, like, from the Norse region turned into Christianity. So they brought in the mention of hell, the Loki's sister Hel, who's associated with the icy cold hellish underworld, into the picture, and that's where hell really started to come into being created in Christianity in the medieval times.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, I always thought that They were just trying to demonize the Norse with Valhalla, you know?
Yeah.
Like, your heaven, that's our hell. You want to go and do that religion? You're going to go to hell.
Right.
Hell. You're going to go to hell. It burns. It's hot. No, but Valhalla is cold. No. It's hot. It burns. You know? Like, invert everything. Like, it's supposed to be icy and cold. No, it's hot. It burns. It's like you can almost see it being used as a propaganda tool to disempower the Norse people that were invading England. And they were like, "No, I'm gonna come there with my sword. I'll go to Valhalla." And they were
Like-
like, "That must be a bad place."
Before hell, the underworld was always a place where you do go when you die, but it was a place where
Yeah.
you reborn from, right? So it wasn't like a terrible place where you get stuck in. It was a place where you transform and get renewed. It was a place where the gods reside, you know, and it was not like some tormented, punished angel that got sent there to have to do some services. It was one of the main gods that was there.
Yeah, we've definitely had a thing that happened. I think a lot of these stories got confused because they in the Book of Giants they speak about a particular group of beings being trapped in an etheric prison. That's the story of Shemyaza, and some stories it's the Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Auriel.
The angels were
And they created a rift in the earth, and they trapped these who we could call the Grigori or the Nephilim or the Gigi or whatever you want to say, who were basically giants that were fighting against humans. They trapped them in this etheric prison in these old stories, which is like what we're talking about as the eighth sphere of Rudolf Steiner and Blavatsky from the Anthroposophy Society and the Theosophy Society, where Steiner came from, which comes from Rosicrucian ideas, which isn't so far divorced from Kabbalistic cosmology, where they speak about Duat, the abyss. Yeah. So, you know, the sphere that is but is not, but it doesn't exist. And I actually pulled up a really cool piece of information which I read. I wonder if I can find it again. I read it on another podcast that I was doing, and it's really like powerful. It was Steiner, and basically, it was to do with
You talk about Blavatsky at all?
no, I'm talking about Rudolf Steiner.
Anthroposophy?
Yeah, Rudolf Anthroposophy. It's a really cool little thing that I read to him from, and where did I put it? I put it somewhere. I do have it. I have it. Don't worry, I have it somewhere. And in this, it's like basically talking about how he how the eighth sphere operates, right?
Yeah.
And the fundamental situation behind the eighth sphere. The Saturn Moon Matrix. That was when I spoke about it. Yeah, during the Saturn Moon Matrix. So what date was the Saturn Moon Matrix? That's May the 12th. So that's where I'm going to find it. Peach, XCOM. Oh, I know where to find it. I can find it in my history. Yeah, so basically he's talking about the eighth sphere, and it was a Patreon. No, yes, it was a Patreon link. It was a Patreon link. There we go. Voila. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I found it. So I can present it here, and you guys can take a look. I'll try not to read the whole thing, because I did read it once before. Make sure I don't put the volume on. Whenever you do a sharing of a panel, there's a bottom where it says also share tab audio. Yeah? Indy? You must always toggle that off, by the way. It messes with our audio, just so you know. Interesting as that is. So here it is, Rudolf Steiner. Steiner speaking about the eighth sphere. And speaks about asuras and demons. And so if everything were to run without a hitch, okay, yeah, I've got it here. So we're talking about the moon and Saturn and their connections. And then he goes, the formation, no, I've missed a part of it. The eighth sphere is to be observed within the earth sphere. It cannot properly be drawn either above or below. Just as the spiritual is round about us, so we must also look towards the eighth sphere in our environment. This means that an organ enabling man to perceive the eighth sphere would have to be developed, just as his physical senses enable him to perceive the material earth. This is Steiner's writings, by the way. Well, actually not writings. Going back, actually, I think I should have gone to this. So ordered regular evolution of mankind. I'm trying to get the quotes where he says it's bogus. We have developed an organ for experiencing the eighth sphere. We are conscious of it around us. So that the eighth sphere is to be described, it must obviously be described as a realm in which we are living all the time. So this eighth sphere is sort of a part of what is happening around us. He speaks about how it came to be. On the old moon, certain pictures were present. These should have passed over to the earth. We're talking about during the creation of a new age, different phases of vibrational frequencies, and as the earth gets renewed. I think we're talking about the yugas that create and destroy, yeah, in these cosmic cycles. Earth as something, so they should have passed over the earth as something everywhere perceptible. But Lucifer and Ahriman retained them for themselves. Lucifer and Ahriman wrested from the earth certain of its constituents and made them into imaginations, so that these earth substances became not earthly formations, but moon formations. Into our fourth sphere, therefore, there have been instilled a sphere that is really a moon sphere, but it is filled with earthly substantiality and is therefore a bogus creation in the universe. Yeah? So he's basically describing this eighth sphere as it was created by these Lucifer and Ahriman. They took substance out of our universe, energetic substance, and they used it to create this thing out of unconscious lunar potential, which is like symbols, right? And it's a bogus creation in the universe. In other words, it's not really a part of the creation, but it's been sort of facilitated. And I think he goes into the details of it. To the seven spheres, an eighth created in opposition to the progressive spirits has been added. So time is flowing in one direction. That's an inverted sphere. The time is flowing in a different direction. And so they are going to be left behind evolutionally. So the necessary consequence of this is that the spirits of form must do battle on earth for every morsel of substantiality capable of mineralization, lest it be wrested from them by Lucifer and Ahriman and come into the eighth sphere. All earthly being and existence are involved here. Lucifer and Ahriman strive unceasingly to draw from the earth's substances whatever they can snatch in order to form the eighth sphere, which then, when it is sufficiently advanced, will be detached from the earth and go its own way in the cosmos together with Lucifer and Ahriman. Needless to say, the earth would then pass over to Jupiter as a mere torso. Therefore, we ourselves are involved in this battle. Lucifer and Ahriman battle against the spirits of form with the aim of wresting mineral substance from us everywhere. Then he goes on to say the formation of our skull is due to the fact that it is there that most of our mineral substance has been wrested from us. Hence, it is precisely through the head that we can emancipate ourselves. So what he's basically getting at here, and I'll shoot the link for you people so you can go read it yourself. These are actual recordings that have been put into I'll put it in a private chat for you so that you can catch the link, Indy. And I'll put it into the group chat for everybody else so that you guys can as well. I hope you can get it. There we go. It seems like it went through. Good. So he's quite clearly explaining there that this is a war about mineral substance, and that the mineral substance has got to do with the essence of creation being sucked out of this world to power an eighth sphere, and that eighth sphere is where the fallen beings have been trapped, right? And that they are, we say fallen, we mean inverted beings. And what they need to do is to invert Earth. And if they can invert everything on Earth to be as corrupt, right? And by corrupt, we mean not in attunement with our time, evolution, flow, and with the spirit of life. So the spirit of non-life, creating suffering, creating death, creating all of these things, is an inverted perspective, and it's all about currency. So now we go back to the story of the giants. Those beings, the Nephilim, were cast down into an etheric sphere, and they had no choice but to shape that place, and started finding a way to use human beings to suck mineral nutrition, which is soul essence, out of this world in order to create their sphere. And if they can suck enough essence out of this world that we're in, they can actually power their world to go its own way, like a vampire, right? Like sucking all of the life out of something so that you can become like young again and live long. That's basically what we're talking about, vampirism. So it's very interesting. People like to take everything that Steiner says with metaphor when it comes to the eighth sphere, but this is one piece of writing which is actually his lecture, which is not very public. If you actually go through the whole lecture, it's quite mind-blowing, because he's really talking about very specific stuff. He's not speaking in riddles and metaphor. He's being very direct about what it is that is the key, and it's about minerals. And by mineral, we're talking about the prana that becomes mineral, because what we think of as mineral is all these different elements, but it's really one element at different stages of vibration, which comes from the pranic field. And it's sort of like the prana slows down, and it slows down more, and it slows down, and different rates of slowing down produces different mineralizations of the same field. So when they're talking about sucking mineral, he's talking about sucking the very heart of what is mineral, is essentially the life prana force, which is where mineral comes from, which is really the ether, right? It's what we're talking about. Everything emerges from the mineral is just really an emergence of ether becoming crystallized. So it's very interesting. The same as sugar crystals are really just light frequencies that have been crystallized by the processes of photosynthesis in order to produce sugar crystals. And that's mineralization of light. And in the same way that sugar crystals are mineralizations of light, elements are mineralizations of prana. So, you know, it's definitely a food for thought. You guys can go and take a look at that article, and you might find it quite interesting. But Steiner isn't alone in this idea, right? So, because this is anthroposophy. Now, for those of you that don't know, that Steiner was essentially, I'm going to shoot the link in here again, just to be clear, so that I can actually put it onto the screen. There we go. There we go. So for those of you that can't, if you can't click it, you can see it on the screen and write it down. So yeah, you know, the mineralization principle is like quite interesting, but the whole idea of this eighth sphere comes from theosophy, which was carried by Blavatsky. She was instrumental in the start of theosophy, and these people were teaching Rosicrucian teachings. So it comes from Rosicrucianism. And now when we speak about the klipot, right, in the Kabbalah, the klipot, when we talk about the klipot, we're talking about the shadow creation, right? So you've got the Sephirot, and then you've got the angelic choirs, the various different choirs of the angelic, the archangelic choir, the angelic choir, you've got the thrones, the powers and principalities, right? And each of these are in a hierarchical form towards the archangels. And these 7 archangels are ruled over by the 8th, who's the ruler of the archangels. And now we're talking about this character who's often called Yaldabaoth. So this is where we get the 72 quinents from. Yeah. The 64 angels that are ruled over by the 7 archangels who are ruled over by the supreme archangel, or the artificer, yeah, the creator, who also is sort of like fundamentally who we're talking about when we talk about Yahweh, right? As a conceptual idea. So it's very interesting. And these klipot represent these reverse tree, which is this idea of everything is inverted and it's moving in a different time stream. And these klipot are considered to be old gods, if we want to use that as a concept. In other words, the universe reverses and inverts itself from time to time. So in that particular story, he says about how in an earlier part of it, I don't want to read the whole thing yet because it would be he's talking about the evolution. You know that human evolution takes its course through the 7 spheres of Saturn, Sun, Moon, Earth, Jupiter, Venus, Vulcan. We will conceive that besides these 7 spheres, there is still something else which lies outside them and yet is in some way related to the Earth. Here we have a sphere visible only to visionary, imaginative clairvoyance. And he draws a clear distinction between visionary, imaginative clairvoyance and real clairvoyance as being different, which stands here as the 8th sphere, stand over and above the 7, which constitute the domain of the ordered and regular evolution of mankind. So that's from, like, you know, Rudolf Steiner's The Occult Movement in the 19th Century, 1973, Lecture 5, GA 254. And then he goes to speak on about how the 8 spheres to be observed within the Earth sphere, it cannot properly be drawn either above or below. And basically that there were beings from the age of Saturn, I believe, that were to be left behind as we moved beyond the age of Saturn, right? And moving beyond the age of Saturn, we would go from the age of Saturn to the age of the Sun, to the age of the moon, to the age of the earth, right? We are now in the age of the earth. So in the time, in the age of Saturn, those beings, they no longer existed when we moved to the age of the sun, but they also, in the same way that we've got the jinn, right? So I think the jinn are from the age of the moon. Yeah? As far as I know, the jinn are from the age of the moon. Now, those beings from the age of Saturn, there were two powerful ones that had survived, Ahriman and Lucifer. And they made a contract with the jinn. This is what the Arabic writings say, right? And they made a contract where the jinn would follow al-shaitan, as they call it. This is where the word Satan comes from, yeah? And that those beings from that previous era, because they were going to be left behind, they were in a state of redundancy. They had nowhere to exist. They were like the exhausts evaporating out of the back end of a motor. And hungry to claw to existence, they clawed their way to the moon sphere. And in the moon sphere, they were able to create this eighth sphere. And then they were able to prey on the earth's substance. And so that's the whole story behind it. Now, the Klipot is the same idea, and they speak about the abyss. So, like, the shadow that we're experiencing within ourselves, shall we say, as a personal shadow, is also a cosmic shadow, according to these stories, that there is within the world this cosmic split. And within this cosmic split, there is this space that has opened up, and it has been facilitated by, a particular class of life and entities. That this is where the idea of demons come from. This is why the word demon, daemon. This is why the word mon is in part of it, the moon. Yeah? Because the moon was obviously considered as the object of clairvoyancy. So in that process of sublimation and using the moon's energy, you can develop clairvoyancy. For anyone that is working with these things, that's how you develop it. It's a lunar skill set. So you work with the moon's energies to develop it, and you'll use something that is a lunar. Quartz crystal is a lunar thing, right? So when you've got a crystal ball and you're looking into your crystal ball, then you are essentially looking into a very lunar substance, and it starts to give you the reflections of crystallized light that can basically, give you this impression of whatever it is that you're looking at. And so, yeah, I think that this is an interesting concept because it's sort of as above, so below. It stands to reason that what's happening within us on a spiritual level should be happening on a cosmic level. If that as above, so below holds true. What do you think, dear Indy? You're muted.
Muted. There's a strong connection with the eighth sphere, with a lot of the stuff we were talking about earlier with Genesis and the Enuma Elish. There's a changing of names from the old goddesses of like the underworld and the planets, then from goddesses to God. And the name Tiamat, which was used for the asteroid belt and the planet that used to be there before it was crushed, was later known as Phaeton by the Greeks, or Lucifer. And so Luna was the moon of Lucifer. And I don't know if Ahriman was another body that may have been involved, but there could have been two moons, potentially. I don't know. But I see a strong tie-in there. And there's a mention of Jupiter, which to me seems like a kind of a tie-in with David Talbot's electric universe theory,
So I feel like there's probably a lot of age-old wisdom involved in there that's kind of spoken of in this kind of a ciphered way, kind of a secret teachings of esoteric things that are involved in that eighth sphere wisdom there. There's a lot in that. Now, as far as like the lunar wisdom, I feel like that's pretty spot on. I feel like in when I do remote viewing, I have what's claircognizance, the ability to have knowing, but I don't have clairvoyance, the ability to see as well as I want to. And it would be good to see if I could work under the moon and try to bring some of that out more, the ability to see with the inner eye in more clarity. So that's pretty cool. And it said that like the moon veils Vulcan and that the sun veils Neptune, I think. So there's a strong connection between the fire and the moon, and the jinns kind of being a fire in the under the moonlight makes a lot of sense. That would be very illustrious and appealing to people in the darkness to be enticed by the fires under the moon.
Yeah, brother. And you know, if you look on here, he carries on. He says, if everything were to run without a hitch for Lucifer and Ahriman, if they were everywhere able to rest as much as they rest from the organ of the head, Earth evolution would soon reach the point where Lucifer and Ahriman could succeed in destroying our Earth and in leading over all evolution of all worlds into the eighth sphere, so that Earth evolution as a whole would take a different course. Hence Lucifer endeavors to unfold his great strength of us all at the place where man is most vulnerable, namely his head. The stronghold, which it is easiest for Lucifer to capture, is the human head, and everything that is similar to the head in respect to the distribution of the mineral element, so that it can be drawn out in the same way, is equally exposed to the danger of being dispatched into the eighth sphere. No less a prospect looms as consequences of this intention of Lucifer and Ahriman, that the whole evolution of humanity may be allowed to disappear into the eighth sphere. Almost like we'll get swallowed up by it, right? So that this evolution would then take a different course. And so he carries on, man is perpetually exposed to the danger of having his free will wrested from him and being dragged into the eighth sphere. And this happens if the element of free will is transformed, for example, into visionary clairvoyance. When this is the case, a man is already in the eighth sphere. This is a matter of which occultists are so reluctant to speak, because it is an awful, terrible truth. The moment the free will is so transformed into visionary clairvoyance, what unfolds in the human being becomes the booty of Lucifer and Ahriman. It is immediately captured by them and thereby spirited away from the earth. You can see from this how, through the shackling of free will, the spectres of the eighth sphere are created. Lucifer and Ahriman are engaged perpetually in shackling man's free will and in conjuring all sorts of things before him in order to tear away what makes out of these things and let it disappear into the eighth sphere. This devilish plan, for here we have indeed to do with the devil, was put into effect by Lucifer and Ahriman when it had occurred to the occultists to endeavor to accomplish something through mediumship. He's talking about mediumship, speaking to those that have deceased. Lucifer and Ahriman inspired the mediums through whom they arranged the whole business, in order that people might be guided to the realm whence the dead were alleged to be speaking. Lucifer and Ahriman could then lay hold to their souls. The occultists were alarmed when they saw the course that things were taking, and they took counsel among themselves as to how to steer away from it. Even those who belonged to the left wing realized what was happening, and they said, "We will do something different." And then there's a note, visionary clairvoyance, which is false, must be distinguished from exact clairvoyance, which is true. And then he carries on to say, asuras, other demons, as it were, are the spirits of the very greatest egoism who remained behind during Saturn evolution. So he's talking about a different times, like a different eon of evolution, and that there were beings that remained from that Saturnian evolution point where they wanted to condense matter and compress it even more so that it can't be spiritualized and brought back to its original condition. They are the dregs of the planetary evolution that goes from Saturn to Vulcan. The Asuras inhabit the moon, and from there they work on the men, from the men whom they want to drag down to the eighth sphere, and thereby tear away from the progressive evolution and its goal. Then he goes, the Christ, which is the goal. All those who strive towards the eighth sphere will eventually live on a moon. And that's like from GA 266, Steiner's lecture. So it's very interesting. And when he's talking about that evolution, he's talking about, let's go back to the evolution. Yeah, you can see the picture. Yeah. The natural evolution started with Saturn, then the sun, then the moon, then the earth. And from the earth has been carved the eighth sphere, using the moon's substance to start it off like a starter engine. And now the earth's substance is being siphoned into it to give it substantiality. The next phase would be Jupiter, then Venus, then Vulcan. And these are the ages of man, the ages of evolution. We're now in the fourth age. So this is basic. This is like what the anthroposophy is really focused on. These ages of evolution. So, it doesn't sound like he's speaking in such metaphorical terms, does it? He's literally speaking about how these beings have confused our mediums to start taking people and convincing them that they are speaking to their loved ones, right? And that this is one of the powerful ways that the beings from the eighth sphere can make a connection. And I'll tell you something here, yeah? When I was 12, I've mentioned it before, I had a run-in with these beings from the eighth sphere. And because of Glassy, Ouija board, yeah? Being around a group of people that were playing it. And, it got quite intense. I definitely would say this, there's definitely a lot of people that I know that have ended up with severe spiritual consequences as a result of trying to communicate with those that are moved beyond. And one has to, one has to look at that, I think. This is really what he's talking about, and that these beings, these what does he call them? He calls them phantoms, does he? Yeah, he calls them phantoms that are created out of our misgivings, used by, in other words, when someone passes from this world, our persona gets left behind and our ego gets left behind, right? And we, losing our loved ones, have access to their persona and their ego through our memory. Yeah? Does that make sense? And that those things can be used to create a spectra that can be basically communicating with us. And so there's a whole band of archons. There were 200 of them. Yeah? That went with the Grigori that came to Earth that fought in these terrible wars. So is this history? Is this an idea? But it's interesting when we see like the macrocosmic shadow being addressed in such a fashion. And, you know, just exactly, I think that our own personal story is the same story as this big story. And it involves us overcoming our base desires. And what do you think of desire? I mean, to desire. Sire is to parent. Desire is to desire is to deparent ourselves.
Yeah, I think so. To desire, it's like a loss of our ability to create further progeny, the loss of ability to put out a legacy. I feel like that's part of like when you get captured by like the eighth sphere of Lucifer and Ahriman, or we fall into the fourth dimension on our way to 5D and get caught up with the Corazones in like the more recent philosophy of like Voyager and stuff. They talk about Messiah's like Ashtar Star Commander and stuff, but in order to get to 5D and raise to the higher dimensions of what they would consider in like anthroposophy to be like the Jupiter phase of ascension of mankind into the next stage, you have to be able to transcend the eighth sphere. But in like the ability to get to 5D, you have to be able to get through 4D, which most people aren't very clear on, but it's like a battling of inner demons, or what are called Corazones, going through the darkness to get to the light. So there's a lot of tie-ins there. I also feel like he's got a lot of tie-ins when he's talking about getting away from the clutches of the devil. We were talking about the claws of the devil holding your shadow back and keeping you half a person earlier. I feel like there's a lot of parallels there. That was really interesting to see. But yeah, this is really fascinating. I'm particularly interested in the progression of the different celestial bodies for the different ages. It's interesting to see that we're going into Jupiter phase next. I wanted to mention earlier, we were talking about the name of God, Yahweh. It's been speculated that since his name is somewhat obscure, that it was said to have meant I am that I am, but it was somewhat obscured. But Jordan Maxwell was looking at the grammar of it and said that it's actually saying I will be what I will be in a future context. So, which is pretty interesting. If you could consider maybe that maybe some of these gods were just from the future. It's a possibility.
Well, I think time is a cycle.
Yeah, moves back.
You know, and I think that it's a cyclical thing. So maybe the future is the past.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe we're moving from the past into the future. I mean, maybe we're moving from the future into the past, but we're experiencing that retrospectively, backwards. Because, like, I think of time, when I look at time, and I've had a lot of run-ins with time. Run-ins with time. How do you put that? Like very clear premonitions. Very clear, very specific. Yeah. And like a lot of people think, oh, they're having a premonition and it's like it's a vague thing. I mean like very specific premonitions. And like before I left South Africa, I was driving with my mom in a car and I had a vision of a car wrapped around a tree. I was like, oh my gosh, this car's going to be in an accident in the next year and a half. I asked her to sell the car. She freaked out, like, what's wrong? Why? Because I was like very emotional by this. And I was like, no, I was sitting in your car and I had this vision. This car's going to be in an accident. I saw the car. I saw it had been pranged. And it was quite badly pranged. And it was stolen more than a year ago, a year and a half later. And it was crashed. She wasn't in it. But I tell her to sell that car. Because I said, this car's going to be in an accident like in a year and a half. I was very clear about it, the timing and what was going to happen. This car that was going to be pranged onto a tree. And they found the car pranged onto a tree. And, they'd pranged it. So, and...
What does praying mean? I don't know what that is.
Prang is crashed.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Sure, my mom had quite a few cars stolen. But like in South Africa, in Cape Town, that's the thing. Like your cars get stolen, your car radios. Back in the days, people had car radios. Now they got like phones, you know. But back in those days, like that's what the theft here is. That's what the crime. I mean, Western Cape doesn't have much violent crime. I mean, in the gangster areas, there's gang crime, but that's like anywhere you go in the world. If you go into a gangster area, there's gang on gang crime, you know. It's isolated areas where that sort of happens. But yeah. And other things like seeing that I was going to be in an accident and seeing that I was going to be thrown through a car window and very explicitly, and then refusing to get into a car. Only 2 weeks later, two of my really close friends get into that accident, and a close friend of mine and I explained to them that it's late at night and the car's spinning, and I'm thrown through the left window. I'm smashing through the glass on the left window. So I'm in the passenger seats. So I refused to sit in the passenger seat in the front seat of any car because I'd been having this persistent vision. And then, of course, they drive in a place where there's trees at night, spin the car. He gets thrown through the left window. And luckily everybody was okay. But, it was the kind of vision that would happen while I was awake. Yeah? Like I'm here having a conversation with you, and then apparently my skin would turn white. All the blood drains from and people think I'm having a heart attack or a stroke or something. And then I come back out of this and I'm like literally shaking. And I've just had this vision of like I'm going through a car window and I can see the car spinning and there's trees in the background and it's dark, and I even felt a bit dizzy. Like, am I drunk? No, my friend had been a bit tipsy. So I was having then another one, I had an experience of the past. A good friend of mine was raped, and we had got no distance between us. And one night I was falling asleep and I suddenly popped out of my body and I was in his body and I was being raped. And I knew exactly where he was being raped and by who. It was a gang guy who had given him loads of drugs. And he was a guy, yeah? And because him and I had grown distant. He couldn't talk to me. He wouldn't even be near me. And then I realized why. Because he was so ashamed that he'd been raped, right? And it's like a drug culture thing, right? He was so out of it with the drugs that he was given that he didn't know what was really happening. And then I spoke to him about it. And of course he was freaked out, that I knew. And it's there's a lot of these things. Like my whole life this happens from time to time, big things. Like I knew the tsunami was coming like a week before it hit. Yeah,
Damn.
I knew so badly that I quickly rushed off and got all my bags and said, let's jump on an airplane, there's a tsunami coming. Like I relocated from a country because like I saw it coming. So we definitely have access to the future. There is no two ways about it. I can't even imagine doubting that we have access to the future. Right? So what does that mean? Like, can time be what time seems to be? If we have access to the future, right?
Well,
Like-
sometimes I wonder about that because, like, what if the future has access to now? Then things start to make more sense. Like, if our
Exactly.
technology was higher, but then it started to get lower and we were dumbed down, and it's like, how did we forget about our higher technology? But it was intentionally taken away from us because it created future consequences that they were trying to outsmart. That's potentially a compassionate situation. They're really trying to go to have a better longevity for mankind, make a sacrifice in the current era from not being able to have the comforts of high technology and having to be somewhat subservient and enslaved to be able to afford this low technology constantly. But it that to me could explain a lot of things. But otherwise, it seems like there's something very suspect going on. And the only really other way to see it for me would be that people just got greedy. They found out a way that they could make it so that it wasn't easy for people to get around, so that they have to pay a certain individual to get around for licensing fees, fuel, buying more vehicles and things. They don't know how to do anything themselves. They have to buy it from us. Things like that. I feel like that seems suspect, but there's an explanation when it comes to being able to use temporal displacement and go travel to different times. That could actually be a feasible situation that's for the good. But if it's not the time traveling situation, I can't see that it would necessarily be for the benefit of the whole. I think it would be more explainable as the benefit of certain individuals that it can exploit the whole, the collective, and try to push their commodities onto them, their utilities and things that we seem so reliant on.
Yeah, I think that that's an interesting perspective, like, because I also feel that the future and the past is projected out of us from now in two directions.
Yeah,
And that we have access to change the future and we have access to change the past
I think so.
by changing the now. When the now changes, the future and the past change. So maybe we were using manifestational technology of soul manifestational power. We misused it. And we reshaped our future and our past. And maybe we were tricked into doing that for a very specific reason by certain elements of our population because of contracts they'd made with non-physical beings so that they could have power over us. Certain bloodlines, royalty and all of that. So it's very interesting as a concept. You were asking about the name Ahriman, and I've often considered that, So when I hear the word Ahriman, you know what it makes me think of? Sanskrit. And then it makes me think of Ari. Now, Ari in Sanskrit can have multiple meanings. Yeah. It can mean bountiless. It can mean luxury, having a lot of things. But it can also mean manifestation. Right? Means it can also mean to bring something into physicality or bring something into being. And then Manu. Yeah. Manu is the first man. So Manu is the first man, is the first age of humanity. So I think there's something quite primeval about when we consider the idea of Adam. But we're not necessarily talking about just one man. We're talking about Manu, the first race of mankind, the original mankind, the blueprint. Now, Saturn was the first sphere, right? According to Steiner's knowledge base, which is Rosicrucian. If we look in the Vedic cosmology, Manu is the first fundamental man. Ari means to manifest. So Harimanu, Ahariman. I'm just looking at that as the potential source for that word. And obviously you're going to find the same thing in Persia. Persian, Ahriman. I'm not so crack with Persian. So Middle Persian,
So would Ahriman be a Asura from the Saturn era?
well, here's the interesting thing about it. According to Persia, it's the name for darkness, Ahriman. So you can see its association with the black cube and Saturn. Yeah. Now, that's from Middle Persian. We don't know in the older Persian necessarily, because there was a time when it wasn't necessarily being written. And that's from the Zoroastrian tradition. What was Ahriman before Zoroaster? Well, we've lost a lot of the knowledge, but the Ahura Mazda, right, is supposedly where Ahriman came from. Now, the Ahura Mazda, I believe, is the sun. Is that right? Ahura Mazda is the sun, I believe. Is solar, or is it actually more related to Osiris? Yeah, it's I don't believe he's specifically a solar deity, but he does have relation. So I'm guessing that the Ahura Mazda might be the equivalent of Osiris. It might be related to the rebirth of the original man, the first proverbial death of Adam, the first destruction of the first age of man, right? Which now when we look at the Vedic story is Manu. And Ari means in Vedic manifestational. So if we now take that Ahura Manu, then that could sort of be the first manifestational man from the Ahura Mazda. So you can see that there's this. Now the thing about the Persian is that the Persians considered the Devas to be the bad guys and the Asura, who they call the Ahura, right, to be the good guys. And they also considered the yakshas. The yakshas, who were supposedly the good guys too. But in India, in the Vedic tradition, the Deva are the good guys, the Devis and the Deva, and the Asura are the evil guys. And the Asura gave rise to the Raksha, not the Yaksha. So the Raksha and the Yaksha. So you can see that they're coming from the same source, right? Both the Persian and the Vedic knowledge is coming from the same, they're reading from the same book, but they've got two different takes on the information. So that's like where I'm reckoning this story of Ahriman is coming from, an old history older than both Persia and Vedic. So predating the Rig Veda basin and predating the Indus Valley Society, because the Indus Valley Society had a language very similar to the Farsi, which is more similar to the, I mean, they haven't decoded it, but they've just found remnants of it, whether it was from trade, but now we're looking at the Indo-European people, and the Proto-Indo-European people were in the steppes, and those steppes went all the way from the Indus Valley, which is above the Rig Veda Valley, all the way across to Eastern Europe and maybe even to Ireland. And so there was this migration from the steppes where language developed. This is the Proto-Indo-European language. And the Proto-Indo-European peoples then migrated down southwards from there. And first they thought they went from the east to the west, and then they're thinking they went from the west to the east, but apparently there are 3 migration trails. And one of them went to the west, one of them went to the east, one of them came down south in the central, and then they went from the east to the west and the west to the east simultaneously, but in different times. One time they went to the east, another time they went to the west, probably to do with wars and famines and weather and, climate change, and all of these factors would have probably forced migration over long periods of, we don't know how many thousands of years, but I would say tens of thousands of years perhaps. So somewhere from those old traditions, there's quite a lot of well-preserved information in both the Vedic Vedas and in the Persian writings. And so that's where I think this idea comes from, of the Ahriman.
Yeah. As to whether Ahura Mazda is associated with the sun, he's said to be the creator of the sun, moon, and stars, although he is sometimes represented by the winged disc symbol, the Faravahar, which represents his divine power and the concept of good thoughts, words, and deeds. So he has a sun symbol that represents him.
That's why I've always associated them some connection there. But it seems like, my associations aren't quite very clear. Now, Osiris himself is not typically depicted with the winged disc. The concept of the winged disc sun is a powerful symbol that came later and was really related more to Horus. And so I'm wondering whether the winged disc was associated with him at a later stage. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because these symbols become appropriated, possibly at different times. I mean, I can't really guess. Don't know. But there's definitely some associations there. And probably Horus, because Horus is a sky god, right? Representing the heavens. And the earth father, the sky father, sorry. So Ahura Mazda, I think, is the same equivalent. And we find that same idea in Vedic India as being some of the earlier evidence that we can find of deity worship relating to the Deus Pitar. Yeah? Deus Pitar. Sky father, which is where Zeus comes from, or the Zeus is related to that. And Jupiter, Zeus Pitar, Jupiter, is related to that as well, the Romans and the Greeks. So they're all reading from the same, and that's once again the Sky Father, which is probably what we're going to find is the same idea when we talk about Odin, right? Also lightning, pulling lightning from the sky, Sky Father, Jupiter lightning, Zeus lightning, Zeus Pater, lightning power. Later on, embodying Indra, right? And Indra then carrying on that same, in the same way that Thor carried on Odin's tradition later on, right? Also wielding the power of the lightning, taking over the Sky Father position. And later we see Indra taking over the Sky Father tradition in India, or actually it wasn't called India, was it? So yeah, I think like this, the shadow is very much a part of our world. It's very much a part of our mythology. And I think that when the shadow is such a part of our mythology, it's almost hard for it not to become anthropomorphized into ourselves. Do you think anthropomorphism can work two ways?
Like how so?
Well, we anthropomorphize, like we project onto something and we give it human qualities,
Yeah.
like we anthropomorphize. But can something that's not human project its not human qualities into the human in the same feedback loop? Like if we're so busy anthropomorphizing, what's the comeback? Because physics. If you push against something, it pushes against you.
I feel like
Yeah.
like a dog might like see like the dog in the person when we play with it and stuff. And sometimes they consider us to be like they lose the boundary of like whether we're a person and start to like treat us like a dog and like maybe start to bite us or something and then have to check themselves and be like, wait a minute. But no, but they could like recognize beauty in humans like other animals, like because like if they're more familiar looking, then they're more appealing a lot of times. Or if they have more familiar behaviors, they'll recognize that.
They do that, don't they? Little buggers.
Yeah.
Cats do that as well.
Yeah.
They get out their claws.
Right. They don't
I
like
was
the way
speaking to my missus about this. I was speaking to my girlfriend about this and her cat, and how there's a certain point where he's had enough stroking. One more stroke, and you're getting the claws, baby. You got to pay attention, like that. Like a cat would have seen that change in body language. Humans are, oh, look, you changed your body.
I can't feel it.
But
And dogs do that too.
what I mean is like, I mean from a human perspective, right? We're so busy projecting our expectations onto the world. Do we then automatically take the mythological worldly perspectives and project them into ourselves
Oh, I see.
unconsciously? Because we're consciously projecting, anthropomorphizing onto the world, does that automatically create an unconscious? Because forces work that way, right? If you push against a table, the table pushes up against you, equal but opposite forces. It's like the balance of creation. So everything's kept in check. So if you're projecting onto something, there must be some kind of a feedback loop. So what is coming back in while you, yeah?
I think we choose like archetypes and roles that like appeal to us and like styles. Like it's very rare that somebody will actually create something that's their own thing that's new that they didn't choose to adopt from somebody else. So I think a lot of the things we choose is like style that appealed to us or profession that appealed to us that we feel like kind of encapsulates like what we want to represent, like something we would like to do or how we'd like to be. So archetypes, for example, like um, we might like see other people like playing the fatherly role and think to yourself like, I want to become like that and be like in that role where I'm like a kind father, like giving father, abundance. So they'll work their life to become like what they saw instead of like thinking to themselves and pondering like what would I like to be and just coming up with something on their own. They kind of like we emulate from our parents the way they treat us. And that's the way that we learn to treat our kids. So some of that stuff is like subconsciously kind of just like absorbed into us. We don't really know, but we just absorb these things and try to emulate certain ways.
I think you're onto it. Osmosis. Like
Yeah.
we absorb our mythology into us and we give it a place. Does that mean that it came from inside us to begin with? From another realm?
I feel like we all have connections to the things that are still around. We can open up doorways within ourselves to access them. but we choose certain things that resonate with us, and then that opens up like a pathway to access those places and have more connection there. And then we can really like feel like we're really remembering it because we already know. But it may come from like a past life direct, or it could potentially come from like a resonance, which opens up a field of access for wisdom and information.
Yeah, I would say there's definitely something in this. There would definitely be a lot to consider. And you know, it's to look at the different aspects of how the shadow came into being is quite a powerful concept, because I think everything that happens within us has to happen within the world and vice versa. I do hold that concept of as above so below, and that what happens in the heavens happens on the physical plane to some degree. Like it seems to me to be fundamentally true. So, you know, there must be some correlation, and we see the evidence of the shadow in ourselves if we're not too jaded. I mean, I can't pretend I don't have a shadow that, like, you know, tries its luck. You got to constantly watch this little bugger, you know.
Yeah.
It's trying its luck. Like the shadow will say to me in the morning, like, yeah, and don't get up, don't watch the sunrise. Like, stay in bed. Like, it's cold out there, it's wet. You know? Don't go and climb the mountain. And I know that waking up and watching the sunrise, even if it's cold and it's drizzling, and it's gonna be worthwhile. And climbing the mountain is like, it's like what can I call it? It's like it's like a balm. Yeah. It's like a balm that I put on my body that reminds my body of my soul. And that balm makes my body sweat and makes my feet get sore. So I often live with sore feet, by the way. How's this for an idea? Because like I often go up the mountain quite fast, and this mountain's got like very bouldery rocks. So like the muscles under my feet, yeah, in this place under my feet are often, I'm often in pain like all the time from climbing the mountain. Because like we shunt up that mountain. Sometimes we shunt. And so like the muscles are stiff and sore. And like I'll do it again tomorrow and just keep going. And it's like, it's almost like flagellation. You know that thing that the Christians used to do?
Yep.
And like I almost enjoy it because like I feel I've earned that. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
There's an element of sacrifice, like I'm sacrificing my own comfort to get something which is more spiritual. Because when you're on that mountain and you feel the presence of the mountain and you breathe in the mountain and you smell the mountain and you smell those flowers and you see the animals and you can sense the spirits in the earth, you know, like they talk to you. The wind talks to you. The bird song is like caressing your heart and your ears. There's something powerful and mystical when you go into that state of mind where you just allow yourself to be part of this mountain, and then to push yourself a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, this like you were pushing yourself earlier, right? Like,
Yeah. Try to push myself until it's like uncomfortable and then go a little further.
exactly. And there's something of a joy in that little bit of pain.
Yeah, it feels really good afterwards. It's not that fun during the process, but you know it's
Well,
gonna pay off.
sometimes there's lactic acid afterwards, and I'm like dealing with lactic acid in my feet every day. It's like, but it's good for me, you know. But the shadow self says to me, like, dude, stay in bed.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, nah.
On your shoulder, whispering to you, "This is what you should do."
Yeah, man. I think like also with the shadow, like before we start shutting it down, it's 4 hours and 40 minutes. I was gonna say in the beginning of this talk, we must try and keep it down to 4 hours, hopefully. Um,
A little
but I think like the really big thing with the shadow. Let's see his little face. Hey. Meow.
Yeah.
Meow.
he's purring.
Ah, beautiful. Aye, aye, aye. Well, I've got bunnies. I don't get to have a cat, but I've got bunnies. They're also beautiful in a different way.
Cool.
Um, sorry.
My girlfriend wants to get a bunny.
Yeah, man. They are also cute. They are beautiful.
We had a wild rabbit for a little while.
Wow, wild one.
Yeah.
Yeah, rabbits are brave. I never knew how brave they were.
They really are.
The Pekingese dog, if he gets close to like the tiny little bunnies, they're this big, man. They're tiny. They'll storm him.
Are they?
Yeah, they'll storm him.
Brave bunnies.
Like go for him. Yeah, straight at him. And he's like 4 times the size of the bunnies, but he jumps back and runs away. Gets nervous. Because that little thing's just so like direct in your face. It's like, come, let's do it. Even though it doesn't have like big weapons or anything, to brandish. He's got bigger teeth. But and he's a lot bigger. Yeah, he's a Pekingese. He's bigger than them. But yeah, brother, what last words of wisdom do you have to throw on the table?
I'd like to say that when in doing shadow work, it's really powerful work, and a lot of people have like not really well understood it. Just seen that it has kind of a association with shadow, which has a dark connotation to it, but it really is about self-healing and self-forgiveness and self-love, forgiveness for others that you had previously blamed for your problems and issues, and it's really a beautiful thing. And even though it may sound dark, it's and it can be a challenging process. It's very rewarding, and it can help you find inner joy and inner peace, overcome the need to change the world and change other people, start to lead by example in a way that can influence others profoundly. It's a good thing, and when we're before we go through the shadow work and we're in the ego stage, it's usually a choice between either um, trying to control others and tell them what to do, or we're in a place where we're running away from everybody, hiding and trying to be safe. But when we go through this process of self mastery, we don't have to hide anymore, and we don't have to attack people anymore. We can just offer our compassion and our guidance. You see the mistakes of others, and we can be forgiving and understanding. It's a beautiful thing. It's been very much a light in my life. I've been able to gone through it. It's a challenging thing. It does create transformation in your life. So it's a good thing to do when you don't have too many attachments, if you can find that time and place in your life. It's going to be challenging.
I think that's really beautiful. And I think you're so right. People have this connotation that the shadow means negative stuff, which it does, but it also doesn't.
Right.
I mean, the shadow is just where the light hasn't reached yet. I think that's the idea we've got to put out there. The shadow is just the part of ourselves the light hasn't reached yet. And there's so much, like inside a soil, there's shadow, and that's where all the life germinates. Without that shadow, the new seeds of life would never germinate. And so that tree and that plant that you see that's so beautiful and the flowers started in that dark shadow for the seed to grow. And that's the reason it's here, which is an incredible concept if we think about it.
That's right.
So, yeah, man.
Yeah, and then when we get those golden opportunities, the flowers wouldn't bloom if it never rained. So even though we might still get upset, we still use that to grow and bloom.
Cold water.
Yeah.
Speaking of rain, I was caught in rain last week. It
Oh
was
man.
cold, it was wet. No, it was good. It was good. It was cold, it was wet. It was good. It was like, ugh.
Warm again. When you That's a good feeling. When you feel so miserable and then you get back to that warmth, that's a good feeling.
Yeah, it does. Definitely does that. Definitely. Well, thank you, dear brother. It's been an honor as always. And thank you all in the chat. It's been lovely. It's been an honor as always. I hope you guys have an absolutely fantastic weekend. And shalom. And, it's all sunshine and rainbows. Chaos. That's what it is. Sunshine and rainbows. When it's rainbows, it's raining. And the rain's just as good as the sun in a different way. But we tend to enjoy the sun more, don't we? Our disposition towards choice. I think that's a good way to work with the shadow. That would be my last thought in there, is to try enjoy the things that we think we don't like. Try having cocoa and not putting any honey in it, having it bitter. And actually you'll realize if you do that for a while, you actually start to enjoy the bitter cocoa. And the thought of putting honey in is like, yeah, I'm going to ruin the cocoa.
Right?
You get that taste for the bitter stuff. So there is something in that. Big love to all of you. Blessings, peace, honor, respect. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile. Keep it sweet. And keep diving deeper. And keep that little diary working with the pen. And I'm actually going to be doing a kind of a seminar in a little while, soon, with exercises using nature as a focus, primarily, as well as some of the traditional exercises, how to integrate using diary and whatever. It's going to be a free thing. I'm not going to be charging for it or anything, just in case anyone's wanting. So check me out on Telegram, at Bush Whisperer. Maybe even next weekend it might be on. So after the show, if you're interested, just say yeah in your time zone. I'll try and organize a time that can fit everybody's time zones. It will be a like 1 to 2 hour long, maybe 1 hour, maybe 1.5 hours. Got to figure out all the exercise I want to put in that. I won't overdo it. It'll mostly just be a practical hands-on things. But yeah, take it easy, keep it sweet, keep it real, keep the love flowing. Om Shanti. Big love, dear brother.
Big love. Om Shanti.